doing such a good job.
Deer Hunter Matt was here first. Boo. Zachbrit 1217 was not first. Try again next time.
Looks like there are others out there in need of help. I've got some jobs ready for you. I've got some jobs ready for you. Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you. Welcome back. Looks like there are others out there in need of help. Looks like there are others out there in need of help.
Hello, friendos. Hello, gamers. I apologize for being late today. I may or may not have taken a nap after work, and I was out for a little bit, and so we got ready a little later than I had planned. But we got a nap, guys. Look at me go. Look at me go. Who is she getting a nap? Who is she getting a nap? Also, I don't know why Vodka's camera's not turning on. Let me see if I can figure this out. Hashtag nap life, right? Hashtag nap life for sure. I just realized her camera is not turning on, so I'll see if I can figure it out while I'm welcoming everybody in. We're on just chatting right now because the plan tonight is to play Outlast Trials, but Ghosty's not home quite yet. So we may start with DBD and then move into Outlast Trials. That may be the plan. What if I deactivate and then reactivate it? No. I don't know why it's not working. I don't have the energy to fight with it. I'm gonna be real honest. Welcome in, everybody, though. It's good to see all of you. Scully, congrats on the 69. Congrats. You've been 69 18 times. Look at those 18 kinky coins. Look at you. Matt, congrats on the first. This is your third time being first. Welcome in. Hi, Danny. It's good to see you. Welcome in. Let me get you a shout out. What are you up to today? We are so back, Zach. I hope you're doing well today. Enjoy your Banshee Espresso. Scully, enjoy that you're a salad. Ghost, welcome in. Enjoy your chai tea. Moroy. Enjoy. Banshees are my worst enemy on Phas. Why are they your worst enemy? Why? I love Banshees. Why are Banshees your worst enemy? Hi, Sylvan. How are you, beautiful? Guys, go follow my friend Sylvan if you're not. Emmy, enjoy your Revy Frappe. Welcome in. Anime, enjoy that macchiato myling. How are you?
Welcome back.
How is everybody doing? Today? Welcome in. Danny, enjoy your Wraith Wrap. Night Mama, enjoy that Revy Frappe. Solvin with the 100 stream streak. You guys better close your eyes. And Nikki Solvin in the chat. Nikki Solvin, let's go. How are you in vodka? Totally not jealous of you being able to nap. Jojo, the thing is, typically when I nap, it's like actually like a 5-hour sleep. So the fact that I fell asleep after work and it wasn't for 5 hours, it was just for like a little bit of time, it is kind of a miracle. It's kind of a miracle, if I'm being completely honest with you. I don't know how I managed it. I wish I could tell you. I wish I could share the secret. Part of it might have been the fact that I was laying literally on Ghosty's arm, just like, this is mine. So, find you an arm to lay on. They always find a way to obliterate you. Well, they wander to you, so it kind of makes sense, especially if you're the target. That they would. Eli, enjoy your Hantu cold brew. How are you? Welcome in. Jojo, enjoy that Goulet, of course. 5 hours, 30 minutes. I'll take it. That's valid, because I know you don't sleep. And you need it. So that's fair. I got PlayStation 5 figured out to stream. Let's go. Possibly plotting on out filmmaking in Phas in a more organized project. Okay. Cinematography in mind. Just got to check locations to be sure I can do it. Keep me updated, Sylvan. That's exciting. PS5 streaming is exciting. Yeah, it is. I would do PS5 streaming if I had a PS5. I do not have one. I only have a PS4, which isn't even, technically mine. It was my brother's, but he doesn't use it, so. Nepo's calling me a liar for what? What did I lie about? Why is Nepo starting beef right now? Why is Nepo trying to start beef with me right now?
Nightmare.
Lurking while moderating elsewhere. No worries. I hope you're doing well today, Honest. It's good to see you. Hi, Freedom. Guys, go follow Freedom if you haven't. We're going to start with DBD while we wait for Ghosty. I hope you guys are cool with that. Let me really quickly change my title. Oops.
Stop calling it that.
Demon!
Stop talking to it.
No, I just want to talk to the demons.
Because I don't think... Yeah. There we go. Are there Outlast drops right now? Because they have a whole new thing. Because I feel like there should be. Gonna play Outlast, and Cowboy said you're playing DVD. Yeah, because Ghosty's not home yet, and I don't play Outlast Trials by myself. So I'm not a liar. I'm just waiting for Ghosty to get home. I'm waiting for Ghosty to get home so that I can play Outlast Trials. But I don't like to play by myself. Ghosty's my partner in crime with Outlast Trials. I cannot play it without Ghosty. I cannot play it without Ghosty. So, I'm not a liar. We just gotta be patient because I need them to get home. I need them to get home safely. What am I doing? I'm gonna play some Killer while I wait for Ghosty. Tell Nepo I'm gonna play Killer while I wait for Ghosty because they're on their way home. Okay, yeah. There are drops for Outlast Trials. Ho ho. I thought so.
Looks like there are others out there in need of help.
So. Mainly lurking because I'm
Looks like there are
nauseous.
others
I'm
out
so
there in
sorry,
need of
Missy.
help.
I hope you feel better. I hope you feel better. I'm sorry you're feeling nauseous. That sucks. That sucks.
Looks like there are others out there in need of help.
I'm sending you lots of love and hoping you feel better. I'm hoping you feel better.
Looks like there are others out there in need of help.
Hi, Identity. Welcome in. Shana is a baddie? No, no, no. No, no, no. Not I. We're just gonna go ahead and, like, get right into it because, I can. Because I can. Because I can. That's really all it is. Let's play some Killer. Cynical, enjoy those twin hearts. Welcome in. I hope you're having a great day, Irk. It's good to see you. Welcome in. Jumbled, enjoy those Obake fingies. Irk, enjoy your booze ball. Oh, blast from the cafe. Cynical, enjoy your twin tarts. I hope you're having a great day. I hope you're having a great day. We love our Irk. I can make sure I get that last cake on her. The event is over. Unfortunately. Unfortunately. What Identity said? No, no, no. No, no, no. Identity's crazy. We love Identity, but Identity's crazy. Shana's famous, Poseidon? No. No, no, no. Why are we starting this? I am not famous. I am not famous. Sylvan with your 100 stream streak. You're famous. You're famous. Witcher with a chai tea Morroy. Enjoy. How are you? I am not Scully. Scully, stop it. Stop it. You stop it. Started playing clown. Does it make me a meanie? No. Why would it make you a meanie? If you like playing clown, nothing wrong with that, Kota. Nothing wrong with that. What in the world is this word? I got the long one. I got the long one. So. Hi, Mecca. How are you? Welcome in. Clinic? My brain wasn't adding letters together. My brain doesn't typically with the words on stream, honestly, Kota. I struggle so much with it. Should I start DVD bingo? You know, we can do some DVD bingo, and then we'll transition to the Outlast one. Do I have an Outlast one? Oh god, if I don't, I should probably make one. I might see if... I do? Okay. Okay. Is there anything we should add to the Outlast one? Because we're going to have to mix it with the general. Because there's not enough stuff on the Outlast Bingo 39. It won't let you start it. We're going to have to mix the two together, General and Outlast Trials. So, is there anything we should add that's not on there? I wonder. 3, my lord. You got it. You got it. Give it to me, gay. It's always gay when it comes from us. Don't worry. You got the tower. The ghost should have interacted with something. Did it actually? I don't actually know. All right, let's do it. Let's do some killer. Grab a bingo card. We will be swapping bingo cards when we swap to Outlast Trials, but till then, grab your bingo card for the DVD. Are you still just okay? I was like, are you still just gonna sit on this gen? Because I'll happily just chase you.
Looks like there are others out there in need of help.
Oh. Nice try. Very nice. I didn't take note if anybody had flashlights or not, so. Urk with the 55 stream streak. You guys better close your eyes. There's a naked Urk in the chat. No. Are we just gonna stand here? Cause I'll. Okay. That's fine. Should I leave her on the ground or should I hook her? Dino Nuggies. Dino Nuggies, yeah. She had DS, that's why. Why are we all unhooking in front of me? What are we doing? I'm not making the same mistake again, that's for sure. You can just stay on the ground.
Nightmare.
I might take you to the basement, actually. Since you're here.
I've got some jobs ready for you.
Trying to unhook in front of me, please.
I've got some jobs ready for you.
Oh. I thought I was around the corner. My bad. Yeah, I'm gonna kick this, get some nowhere to hide value so we can get some aura. Perfect. Oh, nice. They just pulled her off the hook in here, so they both already ran out, it looks like. Yep, you've already got your DS used, so we're just gonna hook you again. Yeah, I hear you coming with your flashlight. They're like, hell no, I don't want to see no nurse. I don't know why. Like, could have been a fun game. If you wanna, -7, please. Yeah, you're right. -7 behavior for sure. You're right, babe. I'm a terrible killer over here. Do you think she's got DS? Should I just leave her down? I don't know. Let's grab her. She's got it. She's got it. I'm not going to jump off the edge there because that'll add to her wiggle. All right. Beautiful. #1 nurse in the world. Please, that is definitely not me. But you guys, if you're not following Girl Jeffrey, I need you to change that immediately. Go follow her now. Go follow her now. We love Girl Jeffrey. Girl Jeffrey is working toward DVD creator. And I'm so proud of her. And I'm so glad that she's back streaming because I've missed her. Missed her so much. So it's so good to see her back. All right, 1 down. Put you here. There we go. Jeffrey is hot. Pass it on. I agree. Let's break this just to get the extra points. Really, like, if you're sweating it out, you probably don't want to do that, especially as nurse, but I'll do it, because is she still down here? What are we doing? All right, you probably have DS, so I'm just gonna leave you there for a minute. I know I'm gonna get so much shit for this game in in-game chat. I probably don't even want to read it. They're probably gonna be cussing me out in in-game chat. So hard. Where's Rebecca? Rebecca? I don't even know how long DS lasts for. I forget.
What was that?
There she
Oh
is.
God! What the?
Hi, True. Welcome in. How are you? It's good to see you. It's good to see you, True. Guys, go follow my friend True if you haven't. We love True. Alright. Well, let's go back to Shack. I wonder if she's still down there. Probably not. I would assume. Paul celebrating the 6 months mod anniversary. I swear the mod anniversaries are wrong. Because you guys, you have to have been a mod for longer. You have to have been. Oh no, she might have crawled out. I'm not seeing her. Not seeing her. Where do we think she crawled to? She pulling an edge map? An edge map crawl? Gotta check the bushes. Gotta check the bushes. I feel like I just heard her. I heard her whine. Oh, wait, I can, hold on. Yeah, no. We're gonna Mori. So many hot people in here. I know. Look at all of you in chat. Look at all them hotties. What add-ons are you running? So I will show you my loadout in just a moment. This is my favorite build for nurse right now. And for me, it's been good for like learning and aura reading and things like that. There's a couple other builds that I've tried that I like too, but this is probably my favorite one. Let's do this one. All right, so we have wooden horse and heavy painting for our add-ons for her. So the wooden horse decreases fatigue from missed blink attacks. So if I blink and I don't, you know, hit anybody, I don't fatigue for as long, which is so nice. And then heavy painting extends the duration of a lunge after more than one blink by 10%. So if I blink a second time, my second blink, I have a longer range for hitting people. Nurse is P7. I thought Nurse was P20. No, I actually, so I think Nurse, oops, is my highest killer though. Because when I played Artist and Onryo a lot, I was playing it in custom, so I wasn't working on prestiging at all. Yeah. Yeah, Nurse is my highest, though. Let's put some points into him next. We're still working on P3ing everybody, but we're getting there. We're getting there. My head is on fire. What do you mean? What do you mean? Is it because of the skull? I mean, I guess, yeah, you're right. It is on fire. I guess you're right. You're right. Also, guys, please go follow the wonderful Bay if you have not. And, of course, True Inferno. We love both of them. Charge Ward? What is that? What is that, True? Late but good. You're not late. You're not late. All right, if you guys want to drop while we wait, you can. And we will continue the words on stream. We're only going to do Twitch tonight, by the way, because I just couldn't be fussed to set up YouTube. That's really all it comes down to. That's really all it comes down to. Is this... No. I can just make it on my own. You already did term. I'm doing well, Pause. How are you doing today? How you doing today? Looks like we don't have any flashlights right now. We do have a Sable, though, and a Shane, so both of them are going to get to go free no matter what happens. No matter what happens, they both get to go. I never sing alone. I never sing alone. I'll never sing alone. You guys are doing great on the words on stream, by the way. I think METRE, if nobody's done it. Yep, it takes both. I thought so. La 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 la. Jojo, you're so cute. On my phone. All right. All right, we gotta focus.
I've got some jobs ready for you.
Let's do this. Let's see. Happens again. That was at the very end. You're fine. You guys are fine. They didn't immediately hop on this gen. I see a Kate running. Oh, I didn't have my second blink ready. Shoot. Go ahead. There we go. Okay, beautiful. Background sound as I'm drawing. What are you drawing? What are you drawing? I want to know. I like to try if I can to hook by main because usually main has a really good 3-gen on this map. And they usually try to go for main pretty quickly. Usually, not always. Looks like we had somebody working here. They're probably hiding in the wall behind here. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. Okay. Okay, okay, okay. Somebody started this gen. It might have been Kate. Let me check the basement. Okay. feel like this sable is the type of sable to bring weaving spiders. So... Oh, they were on that gen. Hi, Shane. Oop. I should have held that just a little longer. Shane, don't worry. I'm gonna hook you, but hopefully someone unhooks you, because no matter what happens, you and Sable get to go free, okay? But I still want to get a hook or two. All right, you have a good hang. Hey, yeah. No, all of that will help with anatomy a lot, Kota. It certainly will. Nope, nobody's there. Do you have, like, certain characters you like to draw, or... Are you a, like, realism person? You like to draw real people? They didn't stay here and heal. Look at them. Smarticles. Did I see somebody over here? Maybe not. Yeah, I think it's very not odd, too. I think it seems like, you know, it would make sense. That gen's not moving. There's no lights moving on top. Where are they? Nobody's here. They were working on this gen, though. Just popped a gen behind me somewhere. I feel like Yui's in the skin, or Fung's in the skin, whoever it is, they always are super sweaty, so this will be interesting. Somebody waiting with a flashlight, is that why we're crawling like this, or no? Okay. I don't know where we were crawling to. Somebody started main. Where are they hiding? Aha, I see scratch marks. Oh, look, there's Cape. And Shane. Shane, get out of here. There's 3 of you over here? Hold up. I saw Sable back there, too. Why was she just standing there? Just hang in there, exactly. Just hang out right here.
Notos Ahio just resubscribed for 2 months at Tier 1.
Oh,
Scary
hi,
Shana.
oh. Thank you for the 2 months. What do you mean, scary? What do you mean? I'm a nice killer. I always let Sable and Shane go. Unless I accidentally Mori them. But that was an accident. Bradical is streaking with a 7-stream streak. You guys better close your eyes to Nikki Bradical in the chat. Let's go.
Looks like there are others out there in need of help.
It was an accident. It was an accident, Ohio. Ohio, how have you been? When are you streaming next? Ooh. Okay. They're resetting somewhere, or they've reset somewhere, I should say. I just don't know. Oh. Do we think she got in the locker? No. Okay. I had to check. Where did she go? Is Sable still back there? I heard my birds. If Sable is just like still standing back there, I feel like I shouldn't let her go. I don't know. I'm torn because I love Sables and I don't like to kill them. Oh, they just finished another gen. Hi, Kate. I need my second blink. There it is. She's too far. Too kind? What do you mean? I ran right into the wall. I see you running over there, Shane. Got her. Hi, Kimmy. I'm Am. How is your night going? I hope you're doing well. How's your day been? We're warming up with some Outlast, or some Dead by Daylight before we're doing some Outlast Trials because my partner in crime is eating dinner currently. Yeah, that's probably Shane, I would think, going back to get her. They are really setting off my birds over there. I don't want to kick that again. It's barely pumping, but I see some scratch marks right here, which means... Oh, okay. Where did she go, though, I wonder? I feel like this is Sable. Not sure where our, oh, it's Nia. I'm not sure where our Nia went. Chicken nuggets and waffle fries? Okay, that sounds amazing. Listen, we love a good adult dinner. Nobody's touched that one. They're not on the gin again. They all reset again, which is fine. Sable! Her name is Shadowheart from, like, that one game. Having a brain fart. Heard that game was really good. I love Outlast Trials. It's not for everybody. It's definitely, like, it's gory, you know? But also, like, it's kind of like an escape room. Baldur's Gate. Thank you. Yes, Baldur's Gate. Thank you, Scully. It's like an escape room, which I love. I think it's a lot of fun. But it's also, let's see. We haven't kicked this one yet, so. Any aura? No, no aura. Somebody went back to get Sable. Hi, Shane. Oh, he did go this way. Okay. Kiddos, and you had chicken nuggets and fries? Listen, delicious. Delicious. We're gonna take him to the basement. Hopefully somebody comes to get him because I want to let Sable and him go for sure. Yeah, Ghosty!
Looks like there are others
Wait,
out
where'd
there
they
in need of
go?
help.
Oh. I didn't mean to have my mouse tilted down like that. My bad. Nia, come here. Ooh, that was so close. They just got Shane. Good. Break this. Oh, I heard that. I couldn't turn fast enough though. Ooh, that was lucky. There we go. All right. Let's hook her. Get on there. At least it's food. Like, at least my anxiety isn't so bad that I can't eat. If it's kid food, I don't care. At least I'm eating. Exactly. Exactly. And that's how it should be. You're eating. That's what matters, right? Hi, Nepo. Nepo, why we crying? Nepo, I'm just waiting for Ghosty. We're gonna play Outlast Trials. I'm just doing some killer while we wait. Didn't need to blink on that one because she was right there, but now we have 2 blinks. So we can get her over here. Ooh, nice dodge. Nice dodge, Kate. Very good, very good, very good. You almost dodged into me, though.
Welcome back.
Alright, she's gonna hop down there. We're just gonna do this. Get our 2 blinks back, so we have a double blink. Oh. Where is she going? She's trying to run me away from the gens. That's fine. There we go. Hi, Jenny. How are you? It's good to see you. Are you letting Sable go? I mean... I can't... I have a thing. I'm not supposed to kill Sable. Should I kill her? Because she's not helping the team at all. You guys tell me. Put a 1 if we kill Sable. A 2 if we let her go. Oh, that was bad on my part. That was bad on my part. I'm just gonna break this. Nice try. Oh, I blinked way too far for that. That's fine. Wow, everybody's saying to kill her? See, but then you guys are gonna hold it over my head. I'm not gonna chase her over there. She's like the only decent player on their team, so. Ah, Sable worked on a gym with Shane. My two besties. Shane, come here. Oh, that was bad again. I need to focus. Focus, Shana. Focus. We're just gonna run after him for a minute. should have held that a little longer. Alright, we're not going to chase him either because Sable's on a gen over here. Yeah. Alright, Sable, this would be your death hook, so you get to stay there. Ah, no, we kill her. You guys voted to kill her, so. This is on you. I'm just letting you know. Chat voted for this. Now, are we playing distraction or... I did not mean to do that. Oh my god, that was bad. Why am I bad? Her flashlight is very distracting. I'm not even gonna try and lie to you. I don't know if she knows she's gonna die, regardless. Like, you're not getting out of here, Nia. Alright. Shane can go. I told on you to cowboy for what? For playing DBD? Oh. Aw, the hatch was over there. I was gonna close it. Heard you killed Sable? Chat voted for me too. She wasn't doing anything. Chat killed Sable. Exactly. She wasn't even helping her team. Not really. I think they're all on console, but we'll still say GG's. Still say GG's. What are we at for? Our survivor grade is 4 right now with 1 pip, and our killer is Ash 1. Not bad. I heard you kill people in closets. Exactly, exactly, Jojo. Did you kill Shane? No, I let Shane go. I killed Sable because chat said to, because she wasn't doing anything.
Moonshine Flex gifted a tier 1 subscription to the community. Enjoy your stay at Shana's Sunny Meadows.
Moon, thank you for the gifted. W game, were you one of the people I was against, loser? Also, even though they call you a loser, you're not a loser. Don't let anybody tell you that. Don't let anybody tell you that. Yes, who were you? It's okay to kill Sable on accident. Listen, I killed Sable on purpose because chat told me to. Because she wasn't doing anything. Shane, listen, I had plans to let you go the entire time. I'm glad you got out. I usually don't kill Shanes at all, or Sables at all, but your Sable wasn't really helping. That's Sable? Sable, why weren't you helping? You were just standing there multiple times. You weren't running. Listen, no, not all Sables. Not all Sables. I play Sable. I'm a P100 Sable. I love Sable. I love Sable. Oh my god. Okay, valid. So valid. Are they okay? Is everything okay? Hey, pause. No, pause. No. Is everything okay? I hope everything's okay. The Nia was your duo? The Nia was really good. But listen, she's not a Shane or a Sable, so I'm sorry. It's nice to meet you guys, though. And you guys did well. You did well. Was the Kate with you, or was she a random? No, it's okay, pause. It's okay, pause. You're good. Randy? I'm guessing yes, yeah. Thank you for the great game. Thank you. W Warps, the Kate was a random. Oh, okay. Okay, cool. Yeah, no, thank you. I this past 2v8 started picking up Nurse, and have more recently been playing her just like solo. And it's been a lot of fun. It was really hard at first, like figuring out the blinks and everything. But I've had a lot of fun learning her. So I hope you guys have a really good next game. And thank you for the follow. We do keep them anonymous, but I appreciate you. Also, hold on. Did I miss Purple streaking? Purple streaking with a 65 stream streak. You guys better close your eyes. Is a naked Purple in the chat? A naked Purple? W Swift coming in and being... I know. Listen, I was so worried. I'm not going to lie to you guys if you're still here. I was worried that I was about to get like ripped to shreds in the in-game chat. Because I feel like anytime I'm like playing killer, regardless of how the match turns out, but especially when like, you know, I'm nailing my blinks and things like that, I feel like people get so salty. They get so salty. But I try really hard not to like tunnel if I don't have to, or, you know, slug if I don't have to. I was gonna slug Sable just so that way she could live, but then I was like, chat, you get to vote, and chat voted I killed her. I'm so sorry. Thank you for the cat lick, by the way. Nia Shane and Mia Trio. Hell yeah. I love that. Also, I love your name, Shadowheart. I love her in Baldur's Gate. She's a little more like distant than I would have ever liked, but you know. She's cute. I went to the doctor today, got the results from my labs. My A1C was down a little. That's good, right? My cholesterol went down. Good. Blood pressure's low. Like, too low, or like... How low are we talking? They can't get it up and my kidneys are working only 36%. Okay, that's not good. That's not good, Jenny. I mean, the A1Cs and cholesterol being down is a good thing, though, yeah? No, Eli. Eli, we love Sables. We stand Sables. Hi, Zombo. Why? What are we? I can still see. How are you, Zombo? Welcome in. Guys, if you don't know my friend Zombo, please go get to know him. We love Zombo. It's good to see you. We're going to be playing some Outlast Trials here shortly, zombies. I'm just waiting for Ghosty to finish dinner. Claw's also streaking with an 80 stream streak. A naughty nurse roll. Oh my god, is that what that said, Claw? Claw, you're crazy. I love you. I'm going to break this just for the points. I want the blood points. So we're going to break it. Alright, where do we think these other people are? They might actually be inside. Okay. With me right here. Guys, don't unhook right in front of the killer. What are you doing? I have no choice but to chase after you now. Did they go in here? Oh, I actually don't know where they went. That's surprising. Ah! Okay, I didn't have my mouse tilted high enough. Oops. Oh well, that's okay. Oh, we're working on this generator. Hi, Leon! Didn't have the second one long enough. That's okay. I'm gonna go ahead and kick this since we're pumping here. Sabina is streaking with a 135 stream streak, and Hillary with a 35. You guys better close your eyes. There's a Nakey Sabina and a Nakey Hillary in the chat. Let's go. We're going for the shack loop, okay? Leon said, I want to loop shack. Okay, Leon. Okay, maybe not. Wait, what is Leon doing? Is he just running all over the map? I feel very confused right now. I should have held that longer. I should have held that longer. Oh, that was good. Okay, I need to let my blinks recharge because I'm not. And it's kind of screwing me. Damn it. Should have held that a little longer. That's okay. Nope. Very close, though. Very close, though. Yeah. Come on. It's so hot in my room right now, you guys. Sable, I see you. I'm not gonna come after you. Leon, though. Alright, Leon, come here. Come here. We don't have the usual hook that's right here by the car. Surprisingly. I don't know what Sable's doing. Alright, nowhere to hide. Didn't get to see her, that's okay. So she's got finesse. My blinks reload. I gotta stop getting ahead of myself. Why? What were you even aiming at? Meg, what was that? Oh, zombies, I'm supposed to have that turned off. I've already got a queue for cosplays. I've already got a queue. I can't be taking more cosplays.
A great closet.
You know I do.
Darling, you are
Oh my
so
God.
intelligent. Surely you
Always wanted
understand
to do
why
that.
it's
No,
so
it's
very
okay.
hot in your
What were you
room.
wanting?
If you need help, here is a hint. Look in the mirror.
Thank you, Eli. I'm trying. We're not gonna kick that yet. We're gonna save it. Yeah, I'm gonna break these for the points. They've only got one gen left. They might all get out, which is totally fine. Totally fine. Not my best game. Oh, hi Meg. Fancy seeing you here. Do you come here often or like what? Where are we going? You're going right here. That's a great question. You're supposed to already know when you redeem it, you goober. Where are your friends at? Leon. Right in front of me? Right in front of me? Really, Leon? And somebody else right in front of me. I don't... What are they doing? I don't understand. Yeah, sorry, Meg. I'm sorry. I don't even know if she was trying to do a flashlight save, to be honest. I don't really know what she was doing. Oh, I missed that. Naru from Prey, or, I can do that. I can do that. Don't let me forget to write that down in my schedule thing. I should have held that first blink longer. Look at that. That was nice. That was real nice. Bye, Leon. Alright, now both disables get to leave, so let's let them finish the gen. Let me come open the door for them. They're not gonna trust me, so I might as well. Getting better at the blinkies. I've been practicing. I'm just gonna break some stuff, try and get some extra points since we're letting the sables go. They're probably at this other door over here. Are there any other pallets that got thrown that I could break? Bye, guys. You can leave. Revenant, welcome in. It's good to see you. How have you been? How have you been? Let me write this down so I don't forget. Be in my schedule. I hope you're doing well, Rev.
Revenant_variable just traded with 3 viewers.
It's good to see you. Welcome in, Raiders. Guys, if you're not following Rev, please take a moment and go give him a sneaky cheeky follow. It's free to do so. It's free to do so. So go do it. Go do it. Naru. Oops. If I can not put my computer in caps lock. Naru from Prey. There we go. You got it. Confirmed. Oh, I should put your name on here so I know it was you who redeemed it. And I don't forget. Zombies were people too. Yeah. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. We're just playing a little Dead by Daylight. They all left before we get into some Outlast Trials. Welcome in. How was your stream, love? When are you streaming next? Is it Ant? Welcome in. How are you? Really busy between work, school, etc. Just got engaged. Congratulations! That's awesome. Congratulations, Rev. When are you planning like the wedding and everything, or have you talked about it at all? Since we got Shane, we are a step closer to getting Naru, which means we are a step closer to getting. I am so gonna butcher that. Yaucha? Yaut? Is it Ha or Ja? I'm assuming that's Ha. Yauta? What is that? What is that? iPod, enjoy your shade soup. Welcome in. Welcome in, welcome in. It's from Predator? Oh. Would you hate me if I said I've never seen Predator? I've never seen it. Is Ja? Oh, okay. Okay. You're playing DBD? How were your games? Were you doing Survivor, Killer? Enjoy your ghost energy, zombies. What flavor are you having? I currently have a blue raspberry with me. A blue raspberry. We need to watch it together. I'm down. I'm down. Let me know when. We haven't discussed that yet. Totally fair. Totally fair, Rev. Congrats, though. That's amazing. I'm so happy for you. Don't let it be like mine, though. Didn't turn out well. Listen. Listen. F your ex, iPod. We don't stand him. Playing Survivor and lived most of the time. Let's go, iPod. I'm so proud of you. Who do we have here? No Sable, no Shane. They look sweaty. I feel like we're about to have a sweaty team. We're about to have a sweaty team, guys. Yeah, I've seen Prey multiple times. I really like Prey. I really like Prey. I think it's a really, really good movie. You're running Survivor with your oldest. I love that. Opposite of energy drink. Drinking Bush Apple. Is that good? I've never had one. Adapt Predator is one of the Predators. Oh, so there's multiple Predators in the Predator series. I'll marry you, iPods. Aw. You got moited your last game. I'm sorry, iPod.
Mommy.
Come marry
Daddy.
me. I'm gonna buy a house. Hell yeah. Zombo and I are engaged now. 'Tis officials. Oh my god. You guys just got engaged in my chat. Oh, whoa. 56% mommy and 16% daddy. More mommy today. More mommy today for sure, Dojo. Hi, Dakota. How are you? I'm guessing Ghosty's probably finishing up here soon. So this might be my last game of DBD before Trials. If I'm guessing, but I don't know. I don't know if Ghosty's listening or not. Maybe they can give a better estimate. They started both of these, I believe. They did. Oh, I thought he was going to keep running around. He did not. All right, well, get some points there. I don't think anybody... Oh, they did have a flashlight. You're bad timing, though, friendo. I was gonna say, I don't think anybody had a flashlight. They did. Why run behind me? Sir. What are we doing? You have no mither. No mither, however you say it. Why would you do that? You are... I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of these bins. Also, just make sure that nobody is hiding around here. They are setting off my birds, though.
Scary night, isn't it?
Let's see. We have Dwight and we have Kate. Now, if we decide to let anybody live this round, I feel like it should be Dwight because I love a Dwight. I do... No. No flashlight saves. I do love a Dwight. Oh, the hook's over here. Phil, what are you doing? I'm genuinely questioning the actions of all of these survivors right now. I don't think they want to survive. Oh, went a little too far with that one. Oh, shit. Oh, I hate this map with like the sounds that it makes. His camo is working for him. Oh my god, I overblinked again. Oh, I shouldn't have done my second blink. I thought he wasn't going to actually go over and I was gonna trick him there, but that's okay. Oh my god, I'm bad. Nobody look, I'm bad. There we go. Alright. Is your friend still lurking for a flashlight save? He was trying. I'm gonna stop this from going. Very confused. Yeah, I think so. I definitely think so. Where did he run off to? I heard those feet. Oh. Okay, that's fine. Our blink's just not gonna go through. Is there a reason why I can't blink through there?
Looks like there are others out there in need of help.
I didn't know.
Welcome back.
I actually didn't know I couldn't do that. Ash, welcome in. I love you, Ash. It's good to see you. Guys, go follow my Ash if you haven't. Oh, I overblinked there again. Ooh, that was close though. Ash with a 3-stream streak too. You guys better close your eyes. There's a Nakey Ash in the chat. You can't wear Cowboy's outfit, Kate, if you don't know how to loop like him. I'm sorry. Oh, it's fine. I know the streaks reset all the time. Mine do in everybody's chat, and it's really annoying. Whoop! Overblinked. Did he just... Was he trying to teabag me, or... Oh. We're just gonna break this. Sylvan's hot, pass it on. Sylvan is hot, pass it on. 10 out of 10 agree. Where's your friend with the flashlight? Jojo is also hot. Can't agree. Can't agree. I don't know if anybody else has this issue on this map, but my brain gets like so overstimulated with all like the plants and the colors and everything. Oh, I missed him! How did I miss him? I'm bad. Hello? That was funny. That was actually really funny. Alright, I gave you a chance earlier when I left you down. We're not doing that again. Did they come back to the gen? They did not. Okay, surprising. Yeah, I heard you take him off behind me. That's fine. Did you just run right into me, sir? Sir.
I've got some jobs ready for you.
Hello, welcome in. How's it going, love bug?
I've got some jobs ready for you.
He's still hanging around with his flashlight. I don't... I genuinely don't understand what they're doing. Oh. Maybe some of them are new? I don't know. My MMR can't be that low. What was that? Did you guys see that little red light there? Alright, I'm just gonna go kick this gen. Oh, no, he's right there. Peach lemonade vodka? Ooh. That sounds delicious. That sounds delicious, honestly. Alright. So now we have Kate and we have Dwight. If anybody gets out, I would prefer for it to be Dwight. Because we love a Dwight. We love a Dwight. Okay. We're just not working on the gen, I guess. That's fine. Don't drink and Twitch, you know? Probably a good idea for some. Sorry, Kate. Drinking my state fruit that's been fermented. What is the state fruit? If you that's gonna dox you, iPod, don't tell me in chat. But what is your state fruit? If you feel like telling me. All right, let's see if we can find the hatch. We'll let Dwight go. Because he's just a baby. He's just a cutie patootie. I didn't bring a hatch offering. Get some points. Huckleberry. Hi, Dwight. Dwight, let's find the hatch together. Hi. 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 Let's go find hatch. Come on. Actually, should I take him to the roof and we can go look at the stars together? Let's go look at the stars. Come with me. Let's look. Wow. Pretty. Wow. Wow. You and me, Dwight. Any eyes on Hatch? Shana's a Dwight enjoyer. I am. He's just a cutie patootie. We all have our flaws. Listen, I definitely don't see it as a flaw that I love Dwight. Where's our hatch at? I mean, he could just finish a gen and open the gate. Do you wanna get on the gen? Just do the gen. Just do the gen. Yeah, get the points. I'll let him do that. We'll let him get the points for the gen, since clearly the hatch is hidden somewhere. How you doing, Hal? Guys, if you don't know Hal Psionics, please take a moment and hug the button that's at the top of your screen. Go give Hal some love. It's free to do so. Free to do so. How was your stream? Oh, I found it.
Just traded with 37 views.
Okay. I gotta remember how to get over there. How was your stream? Hal, tell us about it. When are you streaming next? When are you streaming next? I hate that everything on this map quite literally looks the same. I found it. I'll let him finish the gen, get the points though. Conway, welcome in. Hal, welcome in. Rumpin, welcome in. Tori, welcome in. We're just playing some DBD while we wait for Ghosty. And whenever Ghosty's ready, we're gonna get into some Outlast Trials. Your Outlast is updating, even though it was fine the other day. That's fine. Come with me. Do you want the hatch? Dwight? You don't want the hatch? Dwight. Over here, over here. Ryex, welcome in. It was over here. There you go. This level looks wild. I hate this map, Hal. I hate this map. It's one of my least favorite maps. It's visually overstimulating in a lot of ways. I like the sky, like, just beautifully. I like the sky and everything, but like playing on this map it's rough. It's rough. So I've been talking, but it's updating. Okay, yeah, no worries. No worries. No worries. Does it say how long? Because Hillary was asking for Sasha. They wanted to see some Outlast Trials, so. Played an indie game and then started Mole, which was a super weird but good game. We stream again Tuesday evening. Let's go. You guys know where to be Tuesday evening. Make sure you check out our friend Hal. What is Mole about? 4K off-ripe is crazy. Listen. We probably could have had a few different 4Ks tonight, but I've got a soft spot. I got a soft spot for our survivors. I do. Commune with a blue glyph and then escape one time. Damage 12 generators. Can do that. Can do that. From an hour to 6. Oh, that's weird. Why is your internet doing that? Why is your internet doing that? You have to let someone go so they can tell the tale. So valid. So valid. I agree, but not that. Why do you hate... Okay, Eli, why do you hate Dwight? Why do you hate Dwight? Listen. What is it? I get why you hate Sable. I disagree with it, but I get it. But why Dwight? Why Dwight? You want to play Mole Zombies? Zombies, are you going to be able to come this weekend to the Ham the Game sesh? That's fair. That's fair, Hillary. Mole's a weird game where you're a Soviet digging machine. Hence Mole, then try to dig down and find some signal that's making people crazy. Oh, we only just started, but it's incredibly well reviewed. Interesting. That is so interesting. I've never heard of it. Shana-san wa seibou doko desu ka? I don't know, because I didn't have one in my last match, Nepo. I didn't have one. Almost all Dwights are toxic. You know that's Scully's main. That's Scully's main. Scully would heavily disagree with that. In-game chat. Okay. To be fair, though, a lot of survivors in general tend to be toxic in the in-game chat, but... which is, like, unnecessary. Like, both on the killer and the survivor side, there's no reason for any of us to be toxic toward each other. You know?
Aho! Young warrior!
There's no reason for it. Yeah, it will pause. I'm ready for the weekend, too. Also, welcome in, Sue. Guys, Grandpappy Sue is here. Please say hello to Grandpappy Sue. We love him. We love Grandpappy Sue. How you doing, Sue? It's good to see you. Wait, some vodka snacks? Is her camera working yet? No. I don't know why her camera's not working. But I will give her some snacks for you. Dwight is bald. Not all Dwights are bald. Not all Dwights are bald. Hal, if you need to do some post-stream self-care, by the way, please take care of yourself. Do whatever you need to do. Obviously, we're more than happy to have you here chit-chatting with us, but I can yap forever. So take care of yourself, friendo. And guys, please, once again, go give Hal lots of love if you have not. Almost all. That's fair. That's fair. I just think in general there tends to be a lot of toxicity with the game, especially like it doesn't matter what side you're on. Like even when the survivors win, they find a way sometimes to be toxic toward you, and it's like why? And it's the same with the killer. The killer will find a way, and it's just like it's just not necessary. It's not necessary. BMing isn't necessary. The toxicity in the chat is not necessary. Like. We're just all having fun. Have fun, you know? I agree with them being toxic if the killer's a tunneling a-hole. Fair. I think in certain circumstances, tunneling and slugging makes sense to do, right? But if you're tunneling at 5 gens, why? Why? You know? It's not necessary. Franpa. I mean, friend and grandpa. Franpa. It's fine. It's fine. Number 6, Scully. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You got the hermit. The ghost is trapped. I don't remember if I did yours or not. Was I in the middle of a match? I'll do another one just in case. You got death. You got death, Sullivan. You made a spirit DC earlier and felt so bad. Wait, what were you doing? I would like to. Well, maybe. I love you so much. I love you so much, Scully. She's so toxic. Never seen a Dwight so toxic. Even a cape. Wow, to flaunt it. Damn. Damn. You know what the opposite of left is? Dwight. Can we time out pause? Can we time out pause for that? Pause. Come on. Pause. What the hell, man? What the hell? Oh, she went the opposite way. She mind gamed me a little bit there. Nice job, Nia. Oh, you threw a god pallet at 5 gens. Cool. GG's, Nia. They're not working on that one, surprisingly. That's the better gen to work on. And they're not doing it. I'm gonna go ahead and pick this. How did I miss him? Wait, Bill. Bill, that was good. Come back. Bill! Bill, 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 Bill. Bill Nye the Science. What the hell was that blink? Alright, I'm not chasing through garden. It's a waste of time. Somebody did touch this generator. I think it was the Nia. Yep. Let me just go ahead and break this. You don't need that. Reason provided, you know why. You know why. They got 2 gens done already. Very nice. Very good. Good job, guys. Alright, I feel like he's probably working on this. I'm not gonna, like, babysit this generator, though. Because in all honesty, like, if anyone's gonna go, this one going is not the worst. Oh, I went a little too far with that. Alright, cool. Cool. Funny, whoever did that. Listen, we have the best mods. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage. Terra Radius. Honestly, that's actually a fantastic name. Oh, okay. Ten out of 10 name. You do have good mods. I do. W mods for sure. Hi, Jake. How you doing, Jakey Poo? Can you just kick this so I can make sure there's no danger for the pallet save? Yep, Bill's coming for the pallet save. Nope. Nice try. Good. Hang out right there, Jake. I kind of want to break this just for the points. There we go. And somebody's running up those stairs right there. How far along is this gen now? Okay, they gave up on it. I bet it's whoever was on this gen that's going for the save there. You're gonna teach me to play while I'm drunk. It'll be so great for her. What? Remind me to get your F around and find out, Hillary.
Avi 267 just resubscribed
Avi.
for 3 months at Tier 1.
Thank you for the 3 heckin' months. I appreciate you. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing well. Alright. We're going to this hook over here.
Nightmare, 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 nightmare.
I'm surprised they're not trying to get that one. Oh, are we over here? Mia, hi. Ooh, that was so close.
I've got some jobs ready for you.
Yeah, I've done that before in this room too, Nia. It's okay. Oh.
Welcome back.
Ruthless? Why am I ruthless? Yep, okay. I wasn't sure if she was gonna vault it for a second. She did. You'll just go right here, Nia.
What are you doing? Get the fuck up. I thought you said you were deadly.
I am deadly. What do you mean? Hi. Bill, anybody who plays Survivor knows about that spot. Just FYI, buddy. Just FYI, buddy. Avi, enjoy your morning mocha. Zero, it's good to see you. Enjoy that Deogen smoothie. Oh, that was almost a grab. We're gonna hook him and then we're gonna go back and kick it. He was determined to finish it, so it must be close. Okay, weird link. That's fine. I'm glad you're doing well, Avi. I'm glad you're doing well. Also, iPod, enjoy your Voodoo Veggie Burger. Can they hear you in game? No. I just talk to them like they can. But they cannot. Do you have any advice on how you grew your channel? Really love the content. Focusing more on community and also, making my schedule as consistent as possible really helped. I think, I don't know what you're doing right now, but the more variety you do, the harder it is.
New donation from Sylvan.
Sylvan! Thank you for the Ko-Fi. I appreciate you. That puts us at 75% for vodka. The more variety you do, though, the harder it is to grow. I'll say that. So I know that, like, I have grown more slowly than some of my friends who stuck to, like, the same game consistently, where, like, I kind of stick to a genre. So, like, I play horror games, and that's my thing. Ooh, I barely missed her. Did she just dead hard on me? She sure did. She sure tried to. I don't know how that didn't hit him just now. I'm gonna be real with you. But yeah, keeping a more consistent schedule. So like you can only stream, you know, one day a week starting out. Make it the same day. If you want to try and attract the same people back to your stream, try and make sure you're streaming around the same time. Because somebody who's able to be here, for example, at like 9 o'clock in the morning on a Tuesday is probably not the same person, oops, I didn't mean to blink that far, who's able to be here at 9 p.m. on a Tuesday. you know? So you want consistency because you want to bring those same people back to your channel. And if you're inconsistent and you're not like building yourself kind of into their schedules in a way, then you're not going to see them. Oh, I missed him. Hopefully that makes sense. Oh. How much do we think that he has DS? I think he probably does. He at least had Unbreakable.
Others out there in need of help.
Yeah.
You don't think he has DS? Must have scared her real good to get the dead hard. Yeah, she probably thought I was gonna swing right then. I hear it. He's probably standing on it. Oh, maybe not. Okay. Now, where do we think he's hiding? Do we think he's going straight for that back gate, or... do we think he's gonna come for this front one? Oh yeah, he's going straight for the back gate. Sorry, Bill. Rest in peace. Eli! What? Sticking to DVD and the schedule thing's a good point. Yeah. Build yourself a as reliable as you can schedule. So like I, for example, try to start around 7:30, 8 p.m. Central Time. That is always my goal. If I can start early and I can let people in Discord know, that's great. But if not, you know, that's always my goal. And if I'm gonna be late, I try and let people know as well, so that way people know what's going on. Twyla, enjoy your Java Gin. Guys, make sure you're following my Twyla if you have not. Twyla's one of my best friends. I love her so heckin' much. She's amazing, and you guys will love her too. She put Bill out of his misery. Was he in misery? Was he in misery? No DS on Bill? Yeah. I didn't even look. I'm surprised though. He was playing like somebody who might have it. It was humane. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to play. Ghosty, no. I can't play without you. Do you need to like restart your modem? I thought about it. Maybe try restarting your modem. But it's because my PC has so much on it. Oh no. I mean, you can delete some of my stuff. Oh, and you downloaded the Crystal vids. Oh, I see. He had Unbreakable, fought for his life way too much to have DS. Also wasn't the obsession, so I assumed he would not have it. That's fair, Scully. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Killed with a cigarette in his mouth. He needs to stop smoking. Needs to stop smoking. Also, a big piece of advice for anybody who's wanting to stream. Also, I love you, Zombie. I love you. Thank you for the lurk. Thank you for the lurk. You'd like a veggie burger? I got you. Big piece of advice though for anybody who's wanting to stream or streaming, like regardless of who is in your chat or how many people are in your chat, you could have 500 people or you could have one person. Talk like you always have 500 people. And I just knocked Bug because Snack's on the floor. It's fine. Even if it's you talking to yourself. Are they still in the Drive the Crystal? Yeah, they are, Ghosty. They are. Even if it's just you talking to yourself and like explaining like, here's what I'm doing, here's what's going on. You got the moon, by the way, Sylvan. I think it was Sylvan who wanted that. No, it was Hillary. It was Hillary. You got the moon. Basically, you always want to be talking because if somebody comes in, for example, say you have one viewer, and you can always have one because you can have your stream open, right? And you're not talking. That person who comes by your stream because maybe something about it was interesting to them, whether it was your title or what was happening in the thumbnail that people see, which like, it's random what the thumbnail is on Twitch, right? Whatever it was that brought them there to click on you, if you're not talking, why are they even going to want to initiate that conversation? And you have to give them something to respond to or a reason to talk to you. And you sitting there silent, not saying anything for minutes on end is not going to do that. Does that make sense? I know I'm not the one who asked, but I've also seen some streamers use the tag system to help people find their stream stories. The tags are helpful. Yeah, you want to make sure you have tags. They're super important. We'll see how many times I accidentally teleport to the wrong floor on this map. Tags are super helpful, though. Apparently, we need to be posting to our story here on Twitch more because they're going to be looking at... I think they're on this gen. They're going to be looking at adding those to the front page. But aside from that, I mean, Twitch is not the best for exposure, so you have to make sure you're giving people a reason to want to click and a reason to want to stay. Right? Exactly. While talking, you never know who will pop in and get the chance to hear it. Exactly. Oh. Oh, I overblinked there. My bad. Oh, I shouldn't have double blinked. That's okay. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to learn how to talk to yourself. But like, kind of think of it as like, I don't know about everybody else, but I know like, even when it's just me and my own thoughts. Oh my God, what am I doing? Even when it's just me and my own thoughts, right? And nobody's around and I'm in my room. I personally don't know what it's like to have my mind be completely blank. Oh my God,
New
I'm
donation
bad.
from VN Land.
I'm bad. I'm bad. Oops. Well, that's not where we meant to go, but we're gonna say that we did. Leigh, thank you for the donation. We're at 75% for vodka. I need to put your name on the screen. Where are they? I saw the scratch marks. This is not a great map for me. Oh. Oh. I was gonna go down and then I decided not to, so I overblinked there. But yeah. I didn't hold that long enough. Okay, I still didn't hold it long enough to go through. I gotta learn these shelves better with my blinks. Okay, we got him with one, at least. Luda, hi! It's so good to see you. I'm gonna kick this and get some nowhere to hide value. Guys, if you are not following Luda, go check my friend Luda out. There's no way he went in this locker. Okay, there was. I saw somebody crouched over there too. But yeah, go check Luda out, guys. Also, Ash, it's good to see you. If you guys don't know, Tungy's World, also known as Ash. Ash is lovely. Double Ashes in the chat. Alright, where did he go? Oh, he's up here. That was pretty good. Don't drop us, stare. Oh my god, you guys are goobers. You guys are goobers. If anyone stops in, they'll probably just hear me talking about something. I love you, Ash. Ash is hilarious. Ash is hilarious. Yeah, if anybody else has any streaming advice too, please feel free to share it with each other, because, I mean, you guys know, I personally view this space as collaboration over competition, and it shouldn't be a competition. We should be helping each other. We should be helping each other grow. I way overblinked there. We should be helping each other improve, you know? There's no reason to see the content creation or the streaming space as competition at all. There's
New
plenty of
donation from
opportunities for
Moonshine
everybody.
Flex.
Moon! Oh, he has dead hard. Alright. W dead hard. Moon, thank you for the dono for vodka. I appreciate you. Some of these survivors and the directions they run just really confuse me. I'm like, are you just running like wherever you feel like it? Or like, is there a method to your madness? Because I kind of feel like sometimes there isn't. I'll get those vodka snacks in a minute. Her camera's not working though. Just like a heads up. So I'm sorry. I don't know where the Michaela went, but I know she was working on that gen. They only need one gen. They're gonna roast me in the in-game chat. Oh my god. Why is she so fast? I feel like I'm blinking almost directly on top of her and she's still suddenly way far away. Hope, I'm guessing. I think she was fast before the last gen popped, though, Leigh. We're gonna put you down here. Hang out right there for me. Alright, they got one of the doors. I bet it was this one. We're not gonna camp because we don't need to. They just saved her. If they get out, they get out. It's not a big deal. We can't win them all. Let me just make sure nobody's in the door. Okay. Woo. The exhaustion got me. I need to grab her. I need to grab her. No. Oh, man. That sucks. That's okay. That's okay. W heal teching there. Where's Felix? Is he at the other gate? When I first arrived here on Shana's, I was intrigued by her skills in Phasmo. But the active engagement she provided was so welcoming and warm. Aw, Dakota. You're so sweet. I appreciate you. It's nice to hear those things too, because like, you know, I'm just a human. I don't do things perfectly by any means. So like hearing, you know, what keeps you guys around, what you're enjoying, what you're liking, what you're disliking, things you might want to see different or have me do different, like, you know, tell me. Tell me. Because there's always room for improvement, right? Right? Would you ban someone over a question, not even a dumb question? It honestly depends on the question. Got him faster. I'm gonna say be careful what you ask. Because it really, if it's offensive, probably. If it's a genuine question and you're genuinely curious about something, then absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Looks like there are others out there in need of help.
It's fine as long as the doggo gets snackos. We will give her snackos. Vodka, come here. Come get some snackies. Watch the clip I sent you? Okay. Give me just a second. I got about to snack. Come here. Come get some snackies. Come here, come here. Her camera's not working, so you're just gonna have to trust that I'm giving her snacks right now. And I need to put some people's names on the screen, so if you guys want to drop for a second, you can. Here you go, honey. You're a good girl. I think my first message was something along the lines of, my house got hit by lightning. It might have been. It might have been Nepo. It might have been. Guys, if you don't know Nepo and you don't know Cowboy, by the way, please go follow both of them. Please go follow both of them. Lovely, lovely beans right there. Where's our list here? Ko-Fi. We'll confirm what Cowboys think. Oh, I read that. I don't. Oh, I read that. Google is at your disposal. True. True. Votes for the suggestion to happen. Wait, which suggestion? The one from Cowboy? I'll love it? Okay. I'm a little scared. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. Someone beat you to vodka snacks. It happens. It happens. It happens. Yeah, that was a weird question. I won't lie to you. I won't lie to you. I don't know what they could even be talking about, but whatevs. All right, so we have a dono from Solvin to put on here. We have Leigh. And we have Moonshine. Perfect. Very, very baited sus. Oh my gosh. Oh, Fire with a 15 stream streak. You guys better close your eyes. There's a Nakey Fire Archer in the chat. Let's go. Heartbeat. My heartbeat. Alright, let me see this clip from Cowboy. I can't speak. I'm curious. Oh my god, it's Amber. I love Amber. She's so hot. My heartbeat. You are around.
Don't hate me. I kind of want to try DVD. No. In a very casual way, okay? That's the problem. That's why I haven't
Amber wants to try DBD? Shut up. Nuh-uh. Shut up. Nuh-uh. Shut up. Nuh-uh.
And they've been so much fun. I have really fallen in love with them.
Amber! Hold on.
Get in there. I haven't played everything, but I've played 0.
I heard...
The 1 remaster.
Oh my god, I had my caps lock on an accident.
Oh my goodness.
You want to play
0,
DVD.
The 1 remaster, 2
So when
remakes.
are we playing?
5 years
Question mark.
ago. I was gonna try it again, but the AI made me know.
I came during a spicy time. A little bit.
7 and 8 and 9. I loved Requiem.
I
so
wanted you to
I don't know
know.
what you're talking about. But Shannon,
Google is not helpful. It didn't teach me what I did 2 years ago, which also why I gave some bans on my Steam account. Fair.
Thank you for the 10. Thank you all so much for the sub. Sneaky bees. I mean, what?
Nepo was mean to you today, Cowboy?
I don't know what you mean.
What did Nepo do to you today?
Whatever could you mean? You know, like I've never expressed any interest in any type of game ever, not once. You saw the clip? It got clipped.
Not her going. It got clipped.
Turn off clips.
I love her. I love her.
I told him I knew I would.
You were mean to Nepo. We all witnessed it. Wait. Okay. So who was actually mean to who?
To play anything.
Who was actually mean to who?
Don't rat you out. I was gonna go over there.
Place I was modding at earlier had some person I'd seen before come in and act like they were some sort of deity. Oh my god. Tried to maliciously manipulating and gaslighting the person I was modding. They've never acted like that before?
But I don't want to piss off whoever's going to teach me because I don't retain any information.
No. Silver wants to learn too, so maybe we can
I'm not going to take it seriously.
Get a group together and do some customs.
I'm a bad student, is what I'm saying.
But yeah,
so customs could be fun.
I'm confused about that. I'm so excited. Nepo wants to have fun with number 3.
Could be a lot of fun, but again, you're gonna get mad at me. Cause you're like, hey, do this. Like, what? Ooh, shiny. What's this? I get the. And here's another thing. I feel like
He said he was gonna shit on my
I
pillow.
would've
Oh,
not
actually, I heard that as I
accidentally
was
conflict in
napping.
Jenna, welcome. Insert
I heard that.
activities.
Well, Nepo, enjoy your 69 seconds. Can we get some -7s for Nepo? -7s for Nepo.
Wizard, it's fine. No, I don't want to put that one down. I want to put down the broken one. What do you mean?
Oh my god, I love Amber. No, that's really exciting to me. I hope that we can maybe plan something, because Silver wants to learn too. So it would be a lot of fun. It'd be a lot of fun to figure something out.
Nightmare, 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 nightmare,
Dessert.
nightmare, nightmare.
This person had acted like that before. I saw them in other streams, but I only moderate for that one place. Oh, okay. Got it. I want to learn too. What are we learning? You know how to play Dead by Daylight, Ash. Please, please. Also, Bad, welcome in. Enjoy your Americano incense. How are you? It's good to see you. Let me put these names on the screen for the donos, because I don't have the source on my other one. Thank you guys so much for helping donate for vodka. I'm hoping I'll hear back about her blood work, like tomorrow or Friday. We're hoping. We're hoping. DVD, I didn't catch that part. Yeah, you know how to play DVD. You're welcome to play with us, though. Are we learning DVD? Put me on the list too, please. Scully, please. You know how to play. You know how to play. Teach me DVD, Shana. Oh my god. Cowboy, you play better than I do. What do you mean? You and Scully both. $98. Okay, this is going to be our last DVD match. And we're switching to Outlast Trials. Cowboy, do you have Outlast Trials? So how was your stream? Oh my dear Lord. Oh my dear Lord. Cowboy can teach me how to flashlight better. Cowboy's really good at flashlights and flashlight saves. Ash is pretty good at DVD though. Ash is pretty darn good, actually. Saturday will be fun because I'm finally doing a test stream, making sure everything works properly between stream and PS5. Let's go! I got my fingers crossed for you, Dakota. Called Ugly by Cowboy, timed out by Shana. Team Caffeinated is about to be Team Decaffeinated. Don't you ever try and decaffeinate me. How dare you, Nepo? That's ban-worthy right there, first of all. Second of all, you were spending time 69 seconds getting choked by me. And you asked for it. Oh, my dear Lord. Do but I have to go to bed? Okay. We'll have to do it another time. Yeah. Cowboy's good until you're actually on Death Hook. Please, Ghosty. Oh. Shots fired. Listening. Is anyone listening? I hate this effing map. More so probably as Survivor, but hi, buddy. Listen, I know you're Dwight and you're adorable, and maybe we'll let you go later, but you just stood there. That was a good hit. Tell me it wasn't in your lying. Did she just try and do the thing where you fake the locker? I hear somebody running. They're going for the save on Dwight. Stay right where you're at. Mom and Dad must be fighting again. I heard... Oh, was I hearing the zombies? Dwight? Dwight, you just got off hook, buddy. Oh, okay. My prediction was incorrect. Pichu escaped. No! Ripperoni. I'm not gonna take him basement. I'm worried nobody will save him. Let's get some nowhere to hide value here, maybe? No. Cowboy is amazing. Cowboy is amazing. As is Nepo. If you're not following either or both of them. You should change that. Alright. Let's take you back over here, because I know people like to work on these gens here. Where's Bill? Bill Nye the Science Guy. Bill, that's right, Ash. Mom and Dad, can you stop fighting, please? Our ears can't take any more through these thin walls. Exactly! Mom and Dad, why are we fighting so much? Oh, he's got head on. Nice. Not hard on. Head on. Alright, guys. I need you to let me know. 1 for let him go. 2 for kill him. What are we doing with Dwight? What are we doing with Dwight? Two. Ooh, okay. Sorry, Dwight. Chat seems to have spoken. I can't believe Scully just voted to kill a Dwight. What? Meg's gotta go first. She's a toxic Dwight. Damn. Let's get rid of that. What about Laura? 1 for let her live, 2 for kill her. Bill. Listen. Bill, I know you're here somewhere. Oh, we got a bunch of 1s. 1.5. Kill Bill. We gotta kill Bill. Two for everyone? Damn. Oops. My hand was in the wrong spot on the keyboard. I was ready to spin like a ballerina. You say I two hook every... Well, I've already murdered 2 people, so it's a little too late to just 2 hook everyone. Oh, Laura. Laura just... She's selling out Bill, guys. I feel like I have to kill her now. I feel like I have to kill her now. I do. Alright, I'm gonna let Bill wiggle off. Am I playing with my food right now? I might be. You leave her. She sold out Bill. Listen, even if the killer decides to be nice to you, you don't sell out your teammate unless they're being unhelpful. That's exactly. She broke survivor code. She broke survivor code. Bill, let's find Hatch, buddy. Come on. I could have gotten a 4K 5 gens, you guys. On these guys. No, Bill was working on a gen. Bill was working on a gen. I don't know if any of them are on PC, but gonna let... Oop, there's my caps lock. Was gonna let Lara go until she sold Bill out. I think all of them left. Oh well. Yeah, unfortunate. Ghosty, where are we at? Gave them peace is a better one. Eli, I like your way of thinking. I have a blind spot for Lara. I usually love Lara, but Bill shooketh. Don't kill your friends, not even if your name is Shana. What do you mean by that, Claw? To her PC, yeah. I mean, should I feel bad? She broke survivor code, man. She broke survivor code. Not the British Meg, honestly, yeah. Alright. And a single discharge of corrupt purge action. Hit at least 2 survivors as the plague. Ooh. You know, I haven't played plague. But like twice. I don't know if Ghosty's ready. Walking as you. Yeah. I don't know. Oh, you're ready? I might have to get a good plague build from Jelly. Go fuck yourself. Okay. All right, we're swapping to Outlast Trials.
Swapping.
Check your bingo cards, guys, if you haven't. What you win? It's a punching bag. Calling a kettle black. I'm gonna put you guys in the drop scene so you can drop and do some words while we get Outlast Trials set up here.
You know what? You know what happened? Okay. I was downloading Outlast Trials, right?
Mm-hmm.
Had an update. I was downloading it. I would have started it much earlier if I had known, which I didn't. But after downloading the update for Outlast Trials, Marvel was next, okay? That game is heavy, okay? That game pulls on my PC sometimes. Instantly downloaded. Just fine.
Weird. I wonder if it's whatever server Outlast is coming from.
And I'm like, are you kidding me?
Who knows? Who knows?
Sat here for 5 hours waiting for Outlast. And Marvel was like, nah, you good. You go ahead. we can't afford to lose that addiction.
I love that for you, though.
I was checking
Check
my
those
time,
bingo cards, guys.
on my
Yes.
favorite games because, you know, I want to know how many hours I've played of my favorite games.
Yeah.
I have 405 hours of Outlast Trials.
Let's go.
546 of Marvel.
Oh my god. And you've been playing Marvel less time. That's crazy.
And 840 for fucking DVD.
That's my fault. You can blame me. Sorry, not sorry. Ghosty, I'm your 4th biggest fan. I'm number 1. Who is number 2 and 3, Nepo? I sent you a DM, by the way, Ghosty.
No, I know, I've seen it.
Okay.
Everybody.
Cool. They know who they are. Okay. Valid. I kind of want to replay the introduction for this event because I want everybody to see it, so we might do it.
The introduction?
Yeah, you know how they have like the video that plays?
Oh, the trailer?
Yeah.
Well, they put it as a trailer and then they put it in the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Check your DMs, Nepo.
Who said you're allowed to go to bed, Cowboy? Who said you're allowed?
Get some good sleep, Cowboy.
No, Cowboy. You stay on DVD until you can master how to save somebody from a death hook. You stay on there.
Shots fired. Cowboy, we're gonna have to play some Outlast Trials sometime. I didn't know that. I didn't know you played, so that's exciting.
Mine is taking 500 years to open.
All right, let me pause the music. Vodka snacks, you got it. Oh! I just dropped my glasses on the floor. Her camera's not working. I'm very sorry. Very sorry, Angel. But I will give her some snacks. Here you go, honey. All right. You guys ready to watch this? Hopefully I got the volume okay. Outlast Trials tends to be kind of loud. So. Maybe we wait for the ad break to end. It's like at 20 seconds.
Oh my god, they
New
added a
bingo
skin
cards
to
are
the
out.
Shop.
Did they?
Yeah, well, I showed you the crow one, but they added a sun and moon one today.
Oh, cool. Died in any closets lately? Damn, Cowboy. Cowboy, go to bed. Go to bed. Go to bed before you get yourself in trouble.
Was that to me?
No, Cowboy.
No, about the closets.
No, it's to JoJo.
Oh.
It's to JoJo.
Why
Sweet dreams,
catch
cowboy.
strays that he can't win.
Pew 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 pew. Damn.
Oh no.
Reason good night. That's the reason Cowboy was timed out. I'm dead. Why is it taking forever to replay the introduction? Is my game okay? Is the heat getting to everyone? There's been so many fights lately. Oh, I'm dead. I may need to restart my game. What is happening? JoJo's feisty. Listen. JoJo's taking care of business. Oh, there it goes. Okay.
Oh, shutting up.
JoJo trains coming for everyone.
Of course you deserve to be here. You made your choices. All of you. You deserve what you get.
Definite warning for those who've not seen this game at all. It is something when it comes to violence, gore, nudity. Just a warning. If you get easily triggered, it's probably not the game for you.
Dakota Kula 2000 contributed $6 to an item on Throne. Thank you so much.
Dakota. Thank you for the contribution to the microphone. Good night, cowboy.
Don't be afraid. I want you to know that you're safe. My name is Dr. Hendrik Juliet Easterman, and I'm your friend. I'm your help. The guide your soul. It's going to be painful. But at the end of this journey, you'll be reborn. A whole new you.
Oh.
We're all going to get
Who's this lab rat then?
together.
It's all right here. These are all the belongings recovered from your person. This is a collection of your public records, along with the investigatory information about your private life. Well, you've got some secrets, don't you? Naughty. As the restraints make a signature impossible, please acknowledge that you consent to these collections.
Good luck with your ghosts. Here's your forehead kisses, Dakota.
Thank you. Not bad looking, to be honest.
What if you go for that type?
Well, I ain't never been that picky.
Playing the whole intro.
It's literally playing the whole intro, yeah. I thought it was just going to be the trailer, but I haven't watched the full intro in a long time, so that was kind of fun to watch. Oh, maybe it doesn't replay the trailer. Oh, ripperoni. That's okay.
You did replay the trailer. I've seen it.
The new trailer?
Oh, the newest trailer? Yeah, I guess not. Hold on, I'll send you a link for the just YouTube one.
Alright, so this is the tutorial, which we don't need to run, so...
Are you sure? Because you seem a little rusty. No, it's good.
Wow. Wow. Hi, Nepo.
Ahoy.
Oh, what's wrong?
I'm gonna get spooked.
Oh, you'll be fine. You'll be fine.
And I'm gonna get clipped and put on the internet.
Because it's not like you stream or anything.
I don't.
Alright, there you go, Shana. There's the trailer for it.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, no, it's true. It's true, Honest. You're right. You're right. Invasion update. Invasion has been rebuilt. Imposters now have access to gadgets that enhance their ability to track, disrupt, and ambush their targets. Raid and survival depends on stealth, evasion, and the effective use of their tools. Avoid direct confrontation. Welcome to the new Invasion. Trials can now be invaded by real player imposters. Keep invasion enabled. I don't really want imposters in my trials.
Yeah, I've been turning it off for us.
Yeah, it'd be fun to do it sometime, like, specifically, but, you know. Alright, I'm gonna pull up the new trailer so we can watch it really quickly, too. This is for this season. Let me pause.
Welcome back.
They are
Hi,
putting
Mike.
out some insane challenges, too.
Yeah? I'm scared.
They want you to run psychosurgery in the new trial without getting hit, without taking any damage, and get an A+. And they'll give you a reward for it. And I'm
We
like,
can do
oh
it.
my god.
We can do it.
Truly a challenge. And I am down.
Nope.
It's a question of control. How do you discipline a subject that's learned to crave the punishment as much as the reward? Are you ready for something new?
Oh, honey, you cannot imagine how long I've been waiting.
Look at our shot cock.
A man needs a little strange every now and again, just to know he's still alive.
I love him.
We'll be studying prison. Systems of control.
Sure, only prison ain't where you learn control. If you want to control somebody, you want to truly own them heart and soul. You talk to a pimp or a priest, they'll tell you. If you want to control somebody, you shower them with love. Then you let them go and you wait for them to crawl back. And if they're good, if they deserve it, then you give them permission to lick the leather.
Are we licking the leather tonight, guys?
You're preaching to the man who wrote the gospel. If you love someone, let them go. If you love me enough, we'll let you out. And if you hate someone, if you truly despise them,
you hold them so close, you don't know where they end and you begin.
Eiffel Tower?
You don't ever let them go.
Exactly. No!
Look who escaped! I'm so excited.
I've got some jobs ready for you.
Not streamer mode.
No. No. So we have Blood Drive Phase 2, 77% is what we're at. 39 days left. So this is a special event, I'm guessing.
Blood Drive, yes. Blood Drive is the special event. The cinematic trailer you just watched is for the new season.
Excellent. I'm going to join Ghosty's lobby. Join game. I hope you're doing well, Psycho Mike. Enjoy those Oni muffins. Mystic Fox, welcome in. Enjoy your flat white zombie. How are you?
I need some of the outfits that are in the shop right now.
I'll have to take a look. All right, who's standing over me? Blood Drive is a community-wide event. Donate blood to help Murkoff reach its target. As the community progresses through milestones, new rewards will be unlocked for participating agents. This would be a really good time for people to do like an actual fundraiser or something to do with that.
What call those vampire buses?
Neppa, why are you being so creepy? Vampire buses?
Nightmare.
That's
Nightmare.
valid though.
Nightmare. Nightmare. Nightmare.
That's valid though.
Nightmare.
Someone get a room? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay, let's see. Let's look at the catalog. What do we have? I like the poster. Be a hero, give blood. Okay. This outfit is creepy. That's super creepy. I like the shirt. Bloody... Wait, what does this say? Bloody... Or blood bag? Just blood bag. Okay. Blood bag 1.
It's a blood bagel.
Blood bagel, imagine. I like the shorts.
Interestingly enough, I went to go through my outfits.
Yeah.
And I seen that, like, where you can, like, customize your emotes and everything. That they had, like, a spot for your gadgets and what you had collected, and, like, my stun is there and everything. And apparently you can customize it, which you're on that page now.
Yeah, I was going to say, I see that they have special...
customizations.
That's new. That's exciting. It's like
very
it.
New.
This also, I think this is probably for when you're in the mode where you're invading. Yeah. What is the chest? Your efforts will never go unrewarded. There's no reason to stop. Interesting. I'm curious.
I believe it's 500 coins, something tickets. I'm not sure though, but it is worth it, I think.
Okay.
Because I think somebody had leaked it.
Let's get our daily Murkoff box. And then...
I'm gonna go look good for the viewers. Hold on. I'm gonna go change my fit.
Do it. This is our current fit. This is the new catalog, which... Did I finish? I'm at 97% on this one. I think this is the last outfit.
I just bought my new catalog like a few weeks ago, so I can't get this one. I'm very sad about it. I have so much bad timing.
I'm at 97% on this one too. Wait, is this the one that I didn't want? Yeah, I didn't want the last two outfits. That's why. I didn't want them. Let's see. In the store?
There is a crow that I sent you a picture of a while ago.
Yes. Okay, we have... Oh, yep. The sun. The moon. Very cute.
I like the ones below it. I'm trying to decide which one I want to get.
The little red.
Yeah.
She's cute.
I also like Little Red.
Beige Neige. Beige Neige reminds me of something. What does it remind me of?
The red beige neige.
It reminds me of something.
Kind of reminds me of The Boy, the horror movie.
Maybe. Like, take away the mask, though. I don't know.
Robin Hood.
Maybe. I really like Little Red.
I like them
Yeah,
both.
but the crow fit is
The
yours.
crow is so cool. I do need the crow.
Well, it's a raven. Sorry, I keep getting them mixed up. They're two different birds.
Yeah. I like crows and ravens, though, so... Oh, I kind of need it.
So, interestingly enough, I found out the other day, I don't know if this is true, so don't quote me on this, but birds, when they have some sort of parasite on them or something, or a bug that needs killing, they'll dive into a anthill and let the ants crawl over them and eat the parasites off them. And it's really weird.
That's creepy. Maybe it depends on the bird, though. I don't have a room with zombos. You and zombos could.
No, Zombo's freaky. He'd do it anyway.
Complete 6 trials of special therapy. Secondary objective 3 times. Blood extractors 3 times. Travel 1,200 meters.
I'm
3
surprised
booster
you have one
items.
For the police fit next to Little Red. Nepo. Because that seems like it's up your alley for no reason whatsoever.
For no reason whatsoever.
Did you see them? Look at the outfits next to Little Red in the shop.
I did see them.
Look, the police fits, yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
They're cute.
For no reason whatsoever. It screams Nepo.
I do like the police fits, too.
Yeah,
Turn them around. Look at the butt. Yeah.
Oh my god. They're wearing a thong. Wait, I kind of love this.
It's literally Nepo. I don't know what to tell you, Nepo. I'm sorry.
Nepo could get the brown one and Cowboy could get the black one. They wear them together.
Oh, hi. You're a raven. What the hell?
Caw.
Oh, wow. You have like a whole... Like, hold on. Don't move.
Okay.
Got like a whole
You
mouth
love it,
going
Avi.
on. You got like a tongue that sticks out. You kind of look like Dr. Futterman, but like non-murderous.
Isn't he a duck?
Yeah, he is a duck, but you have like the same beak type ordeal. Like very sharp, but you don't like have a drill for a tongue.
Oh. How far could your controller get, though, honest? How far could it get?
Nepo, you're fucking creepy. I need you to take it off. That's fucking creepy.
Nepo is very creepy.
Why do you guys get cool fits? What the hell? I'm going to the corner.
Alright, I'm gonna change my rig. I'm ready when you guys are. Let's do it.
Alright. Do we want to run the newest trial on introduction? Or do we want to do...
Let's do an introduction. That way we can take a look through it and see.
Because I think there's different core therapies that came out too. I'm not 100%. Yes, there is. Just canceled the broadcast, which is new.
Okay, my identification is still good. Behaviors on shuffle. Wait, what is this? Oh my god! Look at this pose!
The butt one?
Yeah! Oh my god, I love that so much. Cute.
You got like a bunch of crows on your back. Well, ravens.
It's awesome. I'm ready.
You have a bunch of dead birds on your back.
Those are my friends. Don't judge them.
Oh, what's their names?
Edgar. How many are there?
4.
Edgar, Alan, Poe, and Steve.
That's usually your name for everything, actually. You have a lot of Edgar Allan Poes running around and Steves.
Only when they're birds.
Not claimable. Okay. All right. We're going into this introductory. Make sure everybody has their rigs on. Everybody looks like they have their rigs on. We're good.
Yes. Okay, so we have to complete this. Okay. Cool.
Cool, ka-choo. Actually, don't know what that's from.
From my controller knowing me, it would end up in a entirely separate room. Because how often I set stuff down somewhere and forget that I did. No, honestly, same.
You liked, Let's smooch.
Mwah.
You gotta do some head nods with your skin on.
Is it goofy?
Yeah, it looks so goofy.
Nepo's just sitting in his chair ready. He said, I'm ready to play, guys. Hurry up.
Oh, Jinka started playing? What the hell? Jinka?
Jinka. We love Jinka.
You called her Ginka for so long, that's what I call her now.
I know, I didn't know for the longest time. I do the same thing, honest. I do it with like a drink that I just grabbed too. Yeah, we saw you log into the game, Jinka.
I just heard my name. No, you didn't. Get out of here.
Guys, go follow Jinka, by the way, if you haven't.
Oh, that is our newest enemy.
He's creepy. Oh, shit.
He's quite literally getting eat out. I don't like this dude in the bars.
Jinka, are you planning on playing some Outlast Trials tonight? Because we have room. If you'd like to join us.
No, don't invite her. She's weird. She's even weirder than the psychos in here.
Are you talking about Nepo?
What?
That one's weird too.
Why?
I heard him say that he wanted to be Coil's plaything.
Is that a candle?
I don't know. I don't know how to feel about this.
Oh, look, a candle, guys.
Look at this.
That's a pile of poo.
Wow. Very observant you are. What is this dude
Pockets
doing?
Pockets out. He's stretching. I like how they have a fake city over there to make it look like a city. They're like, look.
In the city.
You're in the city, I swear.
You didn't answer our question, Jinka. Shana, look, it's your favorite thing. Oh my god.
What?
Akmida just resubscribed for 43 months.
Akemi,
At
thank
tier
you for the
1.
43 months. Corn! I do love corn. It's not real though. That's cardboard.
This
Guys,
man's getting murdered.
I love Akemi. I just need you to know. Thank you for the 43 months, Akemi. Was thinking about it, but I was about to stream. I mean, obviously we're in a round right now, but I don't mind if you're streaming also. So I don't know if you mind, but I don't. If you wanted to play. Oh, let me
I'm
grab.
scared, I'm not gonna lie to you.
I am too, because I don't know what to expect. I've stayed away from like spoilers and stuff, so.
Same. All I've done is watch the trip. Why are you walking slowly? Get out of my way. Damn.
Nepo's exploring.
What's there here? It looks like we need a key for something here.
Okay. I key. It says we need the I key.
Oh, I didn't even see that.
Let me grab these actually.
I'm gonna grab this lockpick.
Yeah, me too.
I grab some more heals.
I love a lockpick. Oh, I wonder if we need to use any adrenaline. I'll just use it.
Nepo found our new friend.
Hey, you might want to turn on streamer friendly mode.
Why?
Because there's already nudity and you don't want to get banned.
Oh, you can't get banned for nudity in this game.
Oh.
It's fine.
His name is the Biter.
It's not against TOS because it's not like it's part of the game and it's not like a, you know, it's not a sex game, so.
Look, Shana, look at it. It's a biter.
It is a biter. It do be a biter.
It's an ankle biter.
Hadn't decided what I was gonna play and was like, oh, do I dare attempt Trials alone? Listen, I personally can't play Trials alone.
Wait. Oh, he kicks too.
Yeah, I saw those feet go flying. He's got talons on the bottom of his feet too.
I see that. How do we get around?
I don't know. I'm gonna lockpick this really quickly. Oop. Yeah, it's not the main focus of the game. Thank you, Pause. That's probably a better way to explain it.
Get around!
Did that actually stun him?
Yeah.
Okay.
But there was a way to get through in the building right here. If you don't want to go around him.
You can get over here too. Nepo's bullying him. Nepo.
He's got his cheeks out.
Nepo, his cheeks are out and he has no arms. Be nice to him. He's just a baby.
Dirty guards take dirty naps.
Dead man walking.
Look, here's Ike.
All right.
Look, it's dynamite. I guess we're gonna have to blow that up. I guess I'll go get the.
Slowly get ready while you guys finish this round. Okay.
Okay, unlocking this. I'm guessing the detonator is in here. It is in here. Okay. Hey guys.
Hi. You got the detonator?
Yeah. Do you want to blow it up?
No, you can do it.
Alright.
Oh, why'd you let him hit you?
Wait, can he see us or can he? I'm assuming he can. I don't think he's blind.
Yeah,
No,
I don't
he's
think
not.
so either. I think he's
There's
just...
a contraption on his head, but he's not blind.
Nepo, your skin is terrifying.
You ready for this?
Yeah, we need to do it. Do it. Do it.
How do you get out? Oh, the explosion hurt me.
I'm really glad that I put myself in there.
Whoa, 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 whoa. You just gonna let him get on top of you like that?
Whee! Not me. Can't tell that the city and other people are fake. Some of them can't because they're... I mean, they've been in here for so long and brainwashed. Some of them are probably on drugs, you know? Vins, hi! Can we get a shout out for Vins? Vins is a incredible indigenous streamer. You guys know we support our fellow indigenous streamers, so I need you to make sure you're following Vins. How are you doing? How you doing? How is Pow World, Vins?
Thank you, Jojo.
Last streamer was here. I was hit with a big storm that cut the power. Oh no! I hope the weather's better this time.
We ready for the new scene?
I'm ready.
Look, it's him and his
Crawl on
plaything.
your knees.
Wait, is he? Wait a minute.
That
Is
seems.
he, is he? Okay. You know what?
Yeah.
You should just. Yeah. We should. Yeah.
I'm gonna hit the button.
All right.
Nothing to see there. Oh, I think he bit him.
No,
Valid.
the water scared him.
You're gonna die on your knees, and I don't mean praying.
Oh, that poor guy.
Fuck pig.
Oh, he apologized to him though.
You motherfuckers got me riled up now.
So we won't talk about what we just seen there.
No.
All right. Let's just go.
That poor guy. I feel bad.
Why? Some people like it like that. Why'd you let me get punched?
Go, go, go!
I didn't let you. I'm
There's
assuming
some
we're gonna have to
wires
collect
right here.
posters. Oh yeah, we gotta collect 5 posters. So.
I have wires.
Oh, we have another detonator. Why did I say it like that? Detonator. Oh no.
Workshop power.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
And Ghosty said, "Let there be light."
Okay, so I got the wires from over here. There was a wire collectible right here.
Okay.
Pick them up. I got them. Just so you know what's happening. I guess
Okay.
I'll give them to
Oh,
him.
it says wires plus tools question mark equals something. So we have to trade. We have to trade to get the thing that we want. Is what it is.
Oh, okay. No, Nepo found the
Scrap metal.
right?
Yeah, Nepo got it.
Yeah.
Nepo got it. Detonator. Exactly, Vince.
All right. Wait, Shana.
Yes.
Yeah, you can do it that time. Hey, did I give it to you?
No.
There you go.
Okay.
You can do it.
I should probably stand back.
I know you like to blow up things.
Oh, can't use here. Oh, I have to be close to it.
New donation from Ginka 1991.
Jinka! Thank you for the dono to help vodka. Hold on, let me put your name on the stream. I appreciate you. Jinka. 1991.
I'm supposed to hear? Opening this door?
Okay. The fire doesn't seem to hurt you, so that's good. Lever control room. Thank you so much, Jinka. Lever. Kim! Oh! Oh! He's here. Welcome in, Kim. How are you?
Here's some more crafting. There's a crafting area.
Father
You're
of the
not
Atomic
opening
Age,
the door.
dead at 76.
I
Guys,
guess
if
you
you're not
can't
already
open the
following
door.
Kim, please take a moment and go give Kimsters a sneaky cheeky
Kimsters
follow.
just traded with
It's free
23
to do
viewers.
so. She's an amazing streamer. I'm listening, sorry.
There's a sign here that says "Make a lever."
Okay.
Oh, there's metal in here.
I
alcohol,
just said that. You know what? I'm just gonna
fabric,
let you discover stuff on your own
and
because
wires.
you're
Okay.
not with me. You're not
I'm
with me.
half with you.
No, you're not with me.
I'm half distracted.
No, you're not with me.
How was your stream, Kim? Tell me
You
about
open
it.
the
When are
door?
you streaming next?
Nepo? 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 Nepo,
Welcome
here,
in,
boy.
guys.
Here,
Alpha,
boy.
welcome
Come here.
in. Kim, welcome in.
Can you open this door?
Two gins back to back. Oh my gosh.
Please. Please open the door.
Opening door.
Remember that time when you said that?
Oh my god.
I appreciate you, Jinka. I appreciate you. Okay.
Okay, so to make a lever, we need to go back to the dude, see what the lever is.
Lever is... ... Hi, Whippy.
Fabric, it looks like, and scrap metal.
Okay.
I have a scrap metal.
You have scrap metal? Okay.
I do not have scrap metal. I'm a liar.
Oh.
The crafting room is over here, babe.
I'm directionally
Okay.
challenged.
Fabric.
I have
Okay.
fabric.
I have scrap metal.
Alright, so you guys go put it on the table then, and we should get it. You guys are lost, aren't you? Okay.
I was just going the long way.
Sure, we'll say that.
Okay, scrap metal. Nepo? Oh, there you are.
Oh,
How you
can
doing
also
with
create
you?
bandages. That's very nice.
Played an indie horror game called Coincidences, and then played a little bit of Tomodachi Life. I love Tomodachi Life. That game is so fun. It's so
wanna
fun.
take over?
What was Coincidences about? Lever.
We're all participating in this together. It's teamwork.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
The lever goes here. Lever goes
Oh,
here.
oh, Nepo.
Lever.
You passed the lever spot.
It should be somewhere close.
Nepo's going on his own adventure.
Nepo truly said, "It's adventure time, bitches."
Lever.
I'm gonna grab... Where was that? Here. This.
Do we need two of them, or do we need just
Open
one?
this.
Oh.
Oh god, it's so much fun how they interact.
Oh,
I
okay,
love it.
okay. It closed half the prison, but the other half is open, so that's fine.
Oh.
No, you're fine, babe. We go here. We go here.
Okay.
That's what the lever did. It closed half.
Oh, here's some scrap metal over here.
Incite a riot?
It's about someone who moves into a suspiciously cheap house in the outskirts with a suspiciously close by workplace and spooky things ensue. Ooh. Is it worth checking out? Also, if you need to do any post-stream self-care, please don't let my yapping keep you. But, you know, we're always happy to have you here. Yeah, this is our first time checking it out, Ken.
Destroy food source in block B. Well, I got a pig head, so I'm assuming there's more since it's 0 out of 5.
Oh yeah, we need a new detonator.
Oh, he broke off.
Do we always
Biter
have to go
broke
back
off.
to the beginning? Oh, there's evidence.
1, 2,
There's a biter after me.
Don't let him touch you, honey buns.
That place you're trying to detonate seems like it's just an easier way to go through something.
Oh.
Because I just found the other end of it. There's another spot to detonate too.
It's worth playing? I'll have to check it out. I'll have to check it out.
I don't really know.
This map seems like it's huge. Oh, I found another place that we can trade stuff.
My game crashed.
Your game crashed.
Yeah.
That's disrespectful.
Oh, where I was, there was a steam room thing, because you have to do that. There looked like 2 bomb things that needed the detonator. And there was a thing to craft down there, but I didn't know if there was the stuff you needed. The wires and scrap metal. I am gonna take that as divine intervention though, and I'm probably gonna lay down.
Aww.
Sleepy.
I love you, Nepo. Get you some goodie bees. Thank you for hanging out with us. Guys, go follow Nepo. Of course. Of course. We'll have to play again another time, and hopefully you don't crash.
Yes. Alright. Bye.
Bye. Guys, go follow Nepo if you haven't. Go check him out. You guys will love Nepo. Have you ever thought about streaming Tomodachi Life? No. No. It's not a horror game, so it's not something I've ever thought about streaming, but I owe you guys a stream where you can pick the game that I'm gonna play. So, you know, it's a contender if that's what you guys want to see.
Wait, this is a cafeteria. Ow.
I'll pick on you. Oh, I think I found the confidential room. Oh, you ready to hit your button?
No.
Oh.
I still have a pig head in my hand and I don't know where it goes. Wait, does it go there?
I'll pick on you. You would. You would, Whippy.
The warden asks inmates to tighten their belts as facility food supplies have been reduced by unforeseen mishaps.
I don't like those noises I was hearing. Oh, you're pressing your button. Okay. Created a queue system and had people redeem to be added when I first started playing Tomodachi Life. Oh my god, I love that. That's actually really cute. That's really cute.
I'm gonna take this lockpick if you don't mind, the master.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Do you want the rig recharger? Because I've got 3 already.
If I need it, I'll come back for it.
Okay. I'll just use these then. Don't mind me.
Okay, so it seems like the pig head portion is you just taking it to a grinder.
Okay.
If you can find a grinder is a different fucking story. Because I just got lost for 5 minutes. Right here is
Whippy's gonna have to join some family therapy again soon. Better together.
I need a poster like that for you.
Of me?
Yeah.
No.
Like that, exactly like that.
We have company.
Why? Ooh, who's the company?
Nobody that you want.
Oh my god. Wait, you locked the door. You locked the door. I'm trapped. I'm gonna get hit.
I locked it because he was right there.
Yes, but he came in through the other room. Oh, there's some kid drawings in here.
Get that Pokemon JoJo.
Waste disposal. Why is this map so big for no reason?
I don't know. It's huge, though.
Like, I am entirely lost. Like, I know we'll learn the map, but right now it's, like, really hard. I got hit by Jesus.
I'm back at the grinder. You got hit by Jesus.
Jesus hit me.
Redirect steam flow in block A. Destroy the food source in block B. Okay.
Close that bitch.
So we have to redirect the steam flow. Somehow.
Warden's office. This is skinny man.
Don't you mean pal? Sure.
Asher, stop running up and downstairs. I don't... Is there gonna be more pig heads around?
I'm guessing, or some other kind of food.
Because we're
Or
at
some
0 out
other
of
kind
5.
of food.
I'd assume there's more.
It says 1 out of 5.
My bad. 1 out of 5. God forbid a bit make a mistake.
No bread, no corn, only pork. That's all I got.
Oh man, you would hate living here, huh?
Alright, I'm gonna see if I can get a detonator.
Detonator?
Why I'm like struggling to say that word, okay?
Detonator?
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 Let's see.
Oh, skinny man got me.
Pal World's a good time. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I've never played it, but I know a lot of people who love it. Have you checked out the new map yet on Outlast Trials, Vince? Because I know you play. Or at least I've seen you play. Oh, I found a pig head.
Oh, very nice, babe. Very nice.
Okay, there's no battery on that.
I see you can get to another place through this office. Oh, this is block A. I'm in block A, it seems.
Oh.
Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Why are you making weird noises?
Because my rig wasn't ready and I was about to get smacked carrying this pig's head.
Okay. Meat grinders this way.
I did get smacked, but it's okay.
It's okay.
You have not yet? This is our first look at it, so.
Good job finding
Ryan?
the head.
I'm pretty good at finding head.
Not giving it. I'm just kidding. I'm just teasing.
Wow.
Because you said you could find it, but you didn't say you could give it.
I mean, I did give it. I gave it to the meat grinder.
Wow.
Oh, fake ghosty. You missed.
Damn. Giving the bad name for myself right now. I'm like running out of battery because like I don't know what the hell's happening.
Oh, he's upstairs. Okay.
Who?
The person that I was hearing. I think. I'm trying to find the office with the guy again so I can get that detonator made. But
wire plus scrap metal.
yeah, I've got the scrap metal.
It's right here. Hold on, I'll put a ping on it. Ow. No, not him. Not him. It's right there. It's right there in that corner.
Oh. Okay, so we've got the scrap metal there. We just need wire.
I found another piggy.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Oink, oink.
I'm gonna look for wire. There's some more scrap metal.
They always say wire, but never why. Hurt. I don't know.
Oh. Go through the window!
To the window, to the wall.
Oh, I'm trying to figure out how to drop this.
Meals will be restricted to well-behaved prisoners. The warden begs you.
There we go.
Well-behaved prisoners. Everybody be on their best behavior and you might get fed.
I dropped a wire in there as well. Or not a wire, a scrap thing. Yeah.
Maybe we should just bring all our scrap thingies that we find over there to there.
I mean, I guess I'll take this for now. Oh my god, how am I missing the window over and over again? This map is confusing.
Oh, I found another piggy. Oink,
Nice.
oink, oink. Oh, I also found you in a grunt.
Oh, here's another piggy.
Oh, that's nice.
I'll grab it.
Oh, we're both dead. How do we get the fuck up out of here?
I don't know, I'm lost.
I'm also lost. Let's be lost together. Over here, maybe? I think it's over here.
Bye-bye now.
Yeah, I think it's over here. Oh no, we're going somewhere. It's better than nowhere, I guess.
It is better than nowhere.
Oh yeah, yeah, the meat grinder's over here. So that should be our last two piggies.
Okay.
All meals are canceled for all inmates and staff effective immediately. The warden asks that all inmates maintain calm and remain in their
Who are you hiding from?
The enemy that's like right there.
I can stun him.
Be careful.
Alright. Well, like, you know. I know there was a way to get to block A. Because I did it one time. Was
We're
it?
just a couple
Oh, it was through here.
bullies.
Through here, through here.
Oh. Let me... Wait. The shop's not here.
Here's a battery.
Oh, I'm good
It's-
on
it's a
battery
large
right now.
battery.
I'm good on battery. I've got rig rechargers and fabric.
This looks useful.
Just say you don't love me.
That's not true.
Just say you want to play with other people.
Oh my god. You're so dramatic. Oh, okay. We need a lever for in here. Hi, Paul. It's good to see you. Welcome in. Guys, if you don't know Paul, Paul has been a friend of mine for a very long time.
Punch me, kick me, pull my hair.
You should go show him some love.
Biting and scratching are all
Go follow him.
you can use to fight.
Because I heard a noise.
Ooh, don't do that.
Paulie
Paul, how is your
_ Wog just
stream?
traded with 2 viewers.
Are you enjoying Assassin's Creed? When you streaming next, do you have a plan? It's good
There's
to
a
see you.
lever over there. Oh, here's another place to make stuff. Lever, scrap metal, in fabric.
Fabric? I know it's not
scrap
enough.
metal.
Okay, perfect.
you want to hold it? Do you want me to hold it? You got
I got it.
You got it.
Oh, we can use a detonator too.
Wait, what's all this for?
I don't know. Oh, this is the steam flow thing.
No, I know. I'm just not gonna look behind me.
It was fake you. You startled me.
Okay, so this is not going anywhere.
Well,
that's why I was asking what the pictures are about.
Looks like we have to change A2, B1, C3, D2, and E2.
It's like we need to blow shit up, is what it looks like.
We have to redirect it to block A. So I think maybe once we redirect it, then we can turn this, because this is block A's.
Or
I think.
We just need A2 turned. That's not A2. That is not A2 either.
Oh.
There we go. A2's turned.
Oh, okay. Oh my god! I was not ready.
You really missed that window. That was
I don't want to talk about it.
I was behind you. That was embarrassing.
You saw nothing. Amber!
Oh my god.
Amber,
oh my god,
what you
babe.
doing in here streaking with that 5-string streak?
I don't
Oh,
want you to be
sorry.
killed.
You right. You guys better close your eyes. This is Nikki Amber in the chat. Thought you were screaming because I was streaking. I would be screaming with glee. With glee. What do you mean? What do you mean startled? He full on stabbed you? It's just a flesh wound.
It's a flesh wound.
Amber's hot. Pass it on.
Nightmare.
My father taught me about
Nightmare.
Don't you make me blush. Listen. It looks good on you. How about that?
Oh, you guys flirting? You guys need to get him too. Okay, what do we need for a lever? We should write this down, honestly.
The lever was scrap metal and fabric.
Okay, we don't need the lever. What was the other one?
We need a detonator. Detonator, which is the scrap metal and the wire spool. I don't know why I can't say the word detonator.
You know what? I'm gonna go check. You stay here.
The detonator is scrap metal and wire spool, I promise.
No, it was fabric.
No. You're about to find out. I'm right.
Okay, detonator. Wow. No, I don't see that.
Also, the wire spool's over here, but I don't have room in my inventory. Do you have room to carry two things?
I have a wire spool. I just need the scrap metal.
Okay.
Do you have scrap metal?
I don't have room in my inventory, no, because I have a lever.
I need you to just get your shit together.
I have a lever.
Well, leave her.
There's some scrap metal back here though.
I'm gonna scrap your metal.
What?
This might help.
You heard me.
That's not very nice.
I said what I said.
That's not very nice at all.
I said what I said.
Tummy meds are starting to kick in. Night, everyone. Thanks for the stream. Listen, I hope you sleep well. Thank you for hanging out with us. It's always good to see you, Pause. You guys don't know my friend Pause. Go check out Pause. He's a lovely being.
I need this poster though. Poster from Poland.
Poster for Poland.
Oh, here's B. Here's B. Here's B. Here's B. Do we know what B needed? B2?
Oh.
Was it B2? No, it wasn't B2. I think it was B3. You know what? You stay safe. I'll be back.
I'm being sneaky. Like a snack.
I'm gonna kick your ass.
Okay. Yeah, I think maybe we should write this stuff down.
No, we definitely should. Okay, so B needed to be B1.
Okay. B1. Okay. Okay, B1's pressure's turned on. Perfect.
Okay. We need to find C and D and E.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm gonna blow up the wall right here, so just be careful, because I don't know I can see your name. Open it. Okay, C3, D2, and E2.
How good do we think this guy's vision is?
Oh my god, it's quiet. He shocked me. I don't know. How good do you think it is?
I don't know. I don't really want to test it, though.
Well, then don't find out, my love. Thigh who fucks around.
Oh,
thou shalt
I
find
found
out.
C. What did C need to be?
C2, I believe. Hold on.
Coley
I'll
with a
swing back
35
around.
stream streak. You guys better close your eyes. There's a Nikki Coley in the chat.
C3.
C3? Okay.
The other two are C. The other two are
C3PO.
The other two are 2.
Okay. C's done. There's a wall to blow up here. They really don't want us to be able to carry stuff in our inventory.
I love swishing around in mysterious water.
I'm just walking around with a lever.
What is this one?
That's C.
That's C.
I see an
I see
arrow
there's another one.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to get up there. Oh, is it this way? Oh. That was close. Close call.
Oh, that's the normal one. Okay, what do we need for the other? Wire and scrap metal. Wire, scrap metal. Wire, scrap metal. Do you have wire or scrap metal?
No.
Are you good for anything right now?
I'll put down my rig recharger.
No, I'm just kidding.
I have
Do you,
wire.
no, you can carry your stuff.
Are you sure?
Yeah. I just
Okay.
need to find it for myself. I got scrap metal.
Get creative.
I need wire.
I just put some down. Hold on.
Okay, I'll come get it then, because I know where you're at.
It's right over here.
Hold on, Coil's chasing me. He's addicted to me.
I mean, can you blame him?
Yes, yes I can.
Oh, hello.
I'm not addictive. Okay, here we go.
Don't be afraid. Be cool, bitch. Be cool.
Unhand me, peasant. Okay.
Come on, man. Be cool.
We blow this one up.
I hope you're doing well tonight, Coley.
He's coming to your side. Coil is. Okay, so this put us back where we just were, so I feel like we just wasted that.
I mean, did we though? Or is there going to be a lot of back and forth?
Well, I can't find D or E. is a new animation for him, and I'm kind of scared.
Oh, okay, I see. That's this one right here that we've already done. Okay, let me see. I think this is the way we came in here from. Steam valves.
I'm sitting in a horrible position. Everybody fix your posture. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very demure.
I was gremlining.
Very mindful. Yeah, same. I just had to straighten the heck up. We fixed
I'm
C.
so
we fixed
confused.
E. We need D and E, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so where is D and E?
I don't know.
Where B, D, E?
I just keep ending up in places I've already been.
Yeah, same. I'm a little peeved right now. Unless it's back here and I missed it.
There's gotta be somewhere.
Perhaps. Perhapsums.
I have the lever still. Where was the lever supposed to go?
In the lever room. Which was... I'm a little confused, so you gotta give me a minute. You know it's bad when a fucking person who can tell the maps is confused. How did we even enter this room? We entered through stairs. Okay, so we would go up the stairs. So, where be foul stairs? The stairs are here.
Okay.
Okay, and ooh, sorry, skinny man. It would be there. Sorry, he's gotten new animations
okay.
and it scared the fuck out of me. Okay, that opened up a new block. Okay, cool. Okay, so we can't go back to the old block now, so we would really have to write it down or memorize it, which is, I'm pretty sure they're both 2. That's evidence.
Okay.
Okay, that's 2 right there for E.
Okay.
Now I need D.
This map is crazy big.
I see someone else big.
Oh yeah?
Oh, skinny man. Look, this could be us, but I'm not there anymore.
He looks kind of upset though.
Why he look like he questioned his life choices?
Maybe he is.
They won't notice me if I just stand calmly next to them.
He turned around like he noticed.
He didn't notice shit.
He's
Oh
just a
my
little
God.
slow to notice.
I'm
I found D.
blind. That's good, I'm blind.
D's 2?
Oh my God. Skinny man is genuinely like scaring the heck out of me right now. With his new animations.
I did it.
The warden regrets to inform inmates that they should expect higher and possibly uncomfortable temperatures due to a malfunctioning boiler. Please remain calm and in your cells.
I can't see shit. I'm not even lying to you, Shana. I can't see shit.
Is it because your thing
Did I
died?
just- Yeah. Did I just crawl through a window?
Yeah, you did.
Where are we going?
The direction you're going is correct. Left. Yeah.
Generally, they made it darker. I literally can't see.
Oh, here's a battery.
Oh, it's a large one too. Oh, I'm gonna French kiss you later. Sloppily. Hold on, I'm gonna open this real quick. I got a rig recharger here and a battery. Would you like a rig recharger?
I have 3.
I'll take it then. Okay.
Okay.
I'm a little psycho still.
You know.
Psycho killer.
Kiss, kiss it. Fa 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 better. Run, run, run. Run, run, run away. Open the cells.
Yeah, they're starting to riot.
Let's start a riot.
Get
A
to the
riot.
warden's office. I think it was through here, possibly. I want to say it was through here.
Maybe.
Crafting supplies. No, I think I brought us back. Hold on.
I need a
Block A.
map.
Block B. Warden's office right here. It's right here. Sorry.
It's okay.
Oh, there's a +2 over here. I'm gonna go ahead and open this door. Learning new maps is a little hard, especially since this one seems bigger than the mall.
Yeah, no, it does.
Oh my god!
There's nothing there.
Ow, ow.
Ghosty just walking straight through the traps. What be happening in there?
Oh, look, that's me right there. You see that right there? You see that, mans? That's me.
Yeah.
Look at him,
Yeah?
Watch him, watch him, watch him. Look how he moves. That me.
Why? What do you mean that's you?
Look at the way he moved. Look at that.
You don't move like that.
That's how I've been moving to snap my back. What you mean?
Oh my god.
Willing piggies only. Codes located in B107, A106, B109, A102.
I'll write this down. Hold on. B107, A106, B109, A102. Okay.
Alright, I guess we go find those cells. Are they cells? I'm assuming they're cells.
I'm guessing.
Okay, so B107, right?
107 and 109.
Well, this is maybe the one area? I don't know. I don't know where I'm going, honestly.
I mean, it said B block.
This is the grinding area.
Okay, so I think we went too far. Let me use this. This is number 1. So I think we might need to go this way. So we need a detonator.
Well, the detonator wouldn't even help because the thing's locked. Does it have to do with the lever?
I was gonna say it's the lever. So we need to swap the lever.
I'm genuinely like.
Oh wait, no. Here's the hallway. B101, 105, 106.
107's blocked.
Oh, 107's blocked. Okay, so there's another way in there. I'm guessing 109 is also blocked. Oh, it's this one. Yeah. Okay.
Well, there's code in here.
Oh.
I don't know if that helps.
I'm guessing. I'm guessing we're gonna need it for something though. So 3 is our third number. Hold on, let me write this down too. 3.
So much to write down.
And
Nightmare, 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 nightmare,
Jojo,
nightmare, nightmare.
get your Pokemon. I'm guessing. So this is 109.
Oh, zombie coil.
Okay.
Sorry, I panicked. Oh my god, it's Perky White Tits. Scrap metal and wire. Okay, so we need wire. Oh, I'm panicking. He grabbed me. Unhand me. He just threw that at me.
I threw it over you, don't worry. But did you die?
Let's make this right.
Okay, so I got wire to blow up the room.
Okay.
Very nice. Oh, Coil's here.
Goosey, hi. How are you, beautiful? Welcome, Raiders.
Nightmare.
Guys, if you're not already following Elder Goosey, please take a moment and go give that lovely bean a sneaky cheeky follow. She's one of our night terrors on Nightmare Network, and she is fantastic. You guys will love her. You guys will love her. She plays a lot of different games, a lot of horror games.
Viewers.
She's amazing. Goosey, how was your stream, lovely? How was 7 days? When you streaming next? Welcome in, call me Aurelius. Did I say that right? I'm so sorry if I butchered it. Thank you for the thank you for the follow, by the way. We do keep them anonymous, so you can lurk or chat, whatever you feel comfy with. Oh shit, I didn't lock that in time.
6 is 1 on the pyramid. It has 1 thing on it.
Okay, so it's the second number. Okay, I gotta write this down. So 6. And then we have blank. And blank. He'll never see me in the corner here.
You go on and bleed out, honey.
Melly, welcome in.
Where else do we need code?
I got it. Hell yeah.
Nightmare.
B107 and A102.
Nightmare.
107. Wait, I got that from 107.
Oh, you said 106.
Wait.
So
yeah,
I assumed you were.
107.
Oh, okay. So we need A106 and A102.
Okay.
We need to go to A block.
Okay. I'm casually walking there because I'm out of sprint.
Got 2019. How's the game going? Good. We're checking out the new stuff that just came out 2 days ago. And we played some DBD before. I don't know if you play Outlast Trials at all, but I love this game. Ghosty loves this game, and the new map is massive.
Okay, I'm going to A.
So I'm with you.
That's
looking forward to more updates for it. Little short for the amount of content in the game, but it was fun overall. Hell yeah. I want to check out the Funnel Runners game because...
Open it.
What am I opening?
Can you pull the lever?
Oh.
Sorry, baby girl. Sorry.
I was watching people play it earlier, and it looks like a lot of fun. I really want to check it out. Also, Uvu, it's good to see you guys. Make sure you're following Uvu too, please, if you've not already.
We're probably gonna need another detonator or something for this area, I'm assuming.
Yeah. That seems to be a running theme.
I thought it was just gonna be like oh, you could if you wanted to make your life easier. But I see.
Okay, here's A107.
Okay, I have 104. Do we need 104?
No, we need 102.
102, of course, is I think blocked. No, it's not. 9. No, nothing. Nothing in the triangle.
Hold on, I haven't. I'm looking for the triangle in this room and I'm not seeing it. Is this not? It says A107 right there. Where's the triangle?
Did you look on the ceiling?
You said 9?
Yeah, 9, but it has nothing in the triangle. Like
okay, so it's the first blank.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've looked everywhere. I don't see a triangle. Am I blind?
Oh my god. Genuinely, I don't like these jump scares from him. Like, they did a great job, but I genuinely don't like the new animations. Just gonna close that. Just gonna lock that, actually. Well, I assume it has to be somewhere.
Worth it. It's early access right now, so not a lot to it, but looking forward to what they expand on. Hell yeah. I'll have to get it. Because it looks like it's a lot of fun. And I used to have night terrors when I was a kid about tornadoes specifically chasing me. They were like anxiety dreams. I haven't had one in a very long time. Other night terrors, different story, but not that. And then Twister was always my favorite movie. So
maybe we don't need a code from all the... Okay, so how many numbers do we have?
3.
Okay, never mind. Maybe we do need a code from all that. I was about to say, maybe we don't.
I'm gonna check out the next room. Oh, the next room has a number.
Okay.
It's 8.
Okay.
So I have the code.
All right, cool. Close the door on her. Cool.
Did you play with friends when you were playing Goosey, or were you playing solo?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I'm just making sure.
Also, if you need to do any post-stream self-care, love, please do so. Don't let my yapping keep you.
It's over here.
Like when I finished my trials, are you liking the new stuff? It's really cool so far. It's huge though, Uvu. So I'm a little directionally challenged. I'm definitely a little lost, but that's okay. I'll figure it out. It just takes a little bit of like repeating the same trial over and over. Okay,
there we go.
Perfect.
Oh, I don't like what we just walked into. So I'm just gonna close this back and we'll just head out.
Okay, yeah, let's go home.
Just the way my
I don't think it works that way. You might be right. You might be right, Dakota.
Oh, grab weapon.
Grab weapon. Coils, bitch.
Oh. I swing too hard.
Hold on,
my
it's not letting.
started lagging.
Swing. 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 I feel bad. This poor guy. This is the one who he was being mean to.
Maybe the head wasn't good enough.
We are just beating the shit out of him. How long do we have to do this for?
I don't know. I hear coil. the trial, can we... That's a dead end. Actually, it's not a dead end. You with me? Okay.
What did you think of it, though, Uvu?
Hold on. Okay. Hold on.
Chrissy, do you play Outlast Trials at all? We could if we have enough of us on Nightmare Network who do, we could do a night where like a bunch of us get together in different groups and do the same trials, even if we're not on like the same group together. That would be kind of fun.
Oh, it's already open, so it's timed right now. Okay, so we gotta be aware of that when we hit the button.
Yeah.
That this one's timed.
The thing's this way.
What thing?
Oh, I guess you can go this way too. Hold on, I want to bully Coil for a minute.
That is assault. I'm gonna rip you something fuckable for this.
Having fun with it. The blood drive stuff is pretty cool as well. The new trial and special therapy confused me a little bit, like you said. After a couple trials, it's easier, I'm sure. Hell yeah. Yeah, I think it's just gonna take a few trials to like get used to the map and everything, and once we do, it'll be totally fine. It'll be totally fine. This is cool though. Enjoy that chai tea Moroi, Mike. Okay. Nicely done. Jinka, did you want to join us? And then we have room for one more if you wanted to play Uvu. Hi, Jinka.
Oh, hi.
Hey.
Didn't make me jump. Nobody heard that.
Are you good? Are you fine? Are you okay?
I'm so good. I'm good.
Yeah? Okay. Okay, if you say so. Yeah, we just finished exploring the new one. Heading to bed soon. I'll be watching the... Okay, you get you some good sleep.
Thank God we weren't on standard. That was quite difficult.
This is what I get for starting a small, easy trial, thinking I had time.
No, you're good. Finish your trial, love.
I'm being beat up.
Finish your trial. You good. You good. You good.
Completed some of my tasks.
I think I might have too. Let's see. Wait, what? Rez Chokeberry? Are we cousins? Kidding. Keldon, welcome in.
Keldon77 just resubscribed for 6 months.
Thank you so much for the 6
Yay,
months.
it's
I
nice
heckin'
six.
appreciate you. How are you doing, love? How you
Award
doing?
for the lockdown, the warden, like the A+, because it says A+.
Yeah, I got it.
I think. Damn, I didn't get it because I was taking hits for you.
Oh, I sorry.
I do it all the time.
I sorry. Thank you for taking hits for me, though. I appreciate you.
Stop playing with you. I'm
What
never
the
gonna get
hell?
anywhere with you.
Oh, that's so mean. That's so mean.
I'm never gonna get anywhere with my stuff.
Not so good in Detroit. Terrible smoke. Is it because the wildfires? I heard about those. You have some vodka snacks? We can do that, Jojo. Honey, you want some snackies? I heard a lot of places were affected by the wildfires.
Wait, primary sound?
Here you go, honey. They just came up to me and put their crotch in my face. And did it multiple times. I don't know how to feel about that.
Well, it seems right for the environment we're in.
I mean, you're not wrong. Okay, let's go to my catalogs. Let's see. Clam Slam. That wasn't quite a Clam Slam. That was something else. Cynical. Alright, we finished this one. Let's go. We are 200
so we
short for the
either,
new one.
So for the blood, we either need to go standard and give 1 sample, or intensive for 2, and psycho gives 3 for the blood drive.
I mean, I think...
At least in the lobby.
Starting off, maybe standard. Just because it's our first time. Just because it's our first time. So, to see what's different, maybe standard to start. I don't know. You guys can give your opinions too, obviously.
What you look like under there?
What kind of question is that?
I'm trying to see what you look like under the crow mask. This person is watching us smooch. Do you mind?
Okay, have you guys not done any of like the event stuff yet?
No, we just did the new map.
Okay. I just finished my trial. I'm heading back to the secret now.
We got so many things, though. Some of this might be left over from the last event. Of the currency for the catalog.
Oh,
yeah.
I do want to say for the giving the blood, it doesn't matter which one you're on. For the challenges to count, it only counts 1 at a time. It doesn't do 2 or 3 when you go up levels. That only counts towards like the global thing.
Got it.
I was like, let's just do a couple cycle surgeries, knock it out. No, it still only counted 1 each. I was pissed.
Well, that's good to know. That's good to know. Yeah, I would say let's start with standard just to like see how it goes, and then we can move up from there.
Wherever you
Need some water.
I'm ready for invite if you guys
Okay.
want.
I'm just so used to Shana joining that I just assumed you were gonna join.
Oh, I was trying to look and see you guys online, but
invite to play.
Are we not friends?
We are friends. I saw you on.
That's how you knew Jinka was playing, remember?
No. That man's just eating ass over there. You think I remember what the fuck I said 2 seconds ago? Look at that man's over there eating ass.
I would prefer not to look. I'd prefer not to look.
You're standing right next to him. You're like putting a whole postcard.
I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you mean. I'm looking at nothing like nothing.
No, the dude who was eating ass in the lobby.
I'm gonna send you a stream together link if you'd like to, Jinka. You don't have to though.
Sure.
Have you seen the new map, Jinka?
I've played it 1 time and was lost the entire time. Wait.
Got it.
Honestly, so valid.
Got it. Would we like to do the event, or would we like to run the map?
I'm down for either.
Okay. I'm gonna go for the shorter trials on this, because I do see there's Solve the Murder, which is a longer trial.
Okay. It's a work night, so.
So I'm gonna go for standard.
What's
I was on Chrome.
Just act natural.
You tell it. You tell it.
Hey, we're all matching with our borders. That's kind of fruity.
That's kind of fruity.
Well, you got the same border on as me, and then Jinka decided to copy us, and also have
Oh.
the same borders.
Copied you.
Is that what happened?
Because we're the cool kids.
I didn't know.
We got our own table in Outlast.
Our own table. Wow.
Yeah.
I hope you're being safe up there in Detroit, Keldon.
It keeps
With all the
sending me
smoke and
to a
everything.
different browser source and won't let me join it.
Do you have Discord on your phone? Because I was going to say, try opening it on your phone instead. That way, also, it won't pull resources from your computer.
Oh, I cheated, and I copy and pasted it and put it in Chrome.
Or that. That works. That works.
You are a gentle hand, and you are a crushing fist. You give pleasure when lust is the lubricant of power. You give pain when violence is the fountainhead of control. Replace the prosecutor's whores with assassins, and we will let you out.
Smut! Sorry.
I saw
The TV said smut.
It's
so wild.
Joseph. Well.
Hi, Jojo. You smoke in Pennsylvania as well? I hope you're being safe too, Dakota. Be safe and take care of yourself. Rumbles that only hands can satisfy? Damn. What does that even mean?
What? I'm so confused.
Proceed.
Use blood extractors? Okay. Oh, there's one right here.
A blood
this
extractor?
just seems like a glory hole.
Oh.
Ow.
That seems dangerous.
Ow.
Yeah.
But it's mandatory.
Did it injure you?
Yes.
Oh, it takes a bar each time you do it.
Oh.
I ain't no bit.
All right, let's get our ticket.
Oh.
What's wrong?
I ran into a wire.
Oh. I'm trying to see if there's another blood extractor anywhere. I'm not seeing one.
I'm sure we'll run into more of them.
Oh yeah, there's gonna be a bunch.
The game is definitely darker.
You're darker.
I mean, I could use a little sun.
Yeah, I've been out in the sun a lot. I've got a nice little tan going on.
Oh, nice. Very nice.
And a little bit of a burn, you know.
And a little bit of a burn? What do you mean? Were you not wearing your sunscreen?
I was, but I think I was out too long and I didn't reapply.
Mmm. This seems to be going slower than normal.
Right?
Which one's out?
It's this one over here by him.
Okay.
Ah, you bitch.
I'm gonna get out of here. There don't need to be no 3 goose up in there. Up in here, up in here.
Oh, I meant to close that before he got over here.
Get over here.
I know, Joseph. I know. I'm like standing here trying to get his attention. He's just beating the door.
Just waiting for this percentage to go up. It's taking its dang time. Okay, finally got it.
My God, you like to take forever. I don't got.
I can't stun him
Run
again.
away, run away.
Oh.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Jinka! Jinka's sabotaging me!
Hey, I'm really good at sandbagging my friends, okay?
There's another blood extractor.
I think there's definitely some lag because I kept thinking I was out the door and then you shut it on me. I was like, wait, what? Blood extractor, it's my turn.
New donation from Cass_Dreams.
Cass, did you rate? You did rate out. Cass, how was your stream? Thank you for the dono for vodka. I appreciate you. And so does vodka. That gets us to 77 heckin%. Let me put your name on the screen too. And guys, better make sure you're following Mama Cass if you've not already. I'm hoping we get Vodka's blood work back either tomorrow or Friday. So why doesn't control ever end, Shana? Wait, okay. Did you not finish it tonight?
Oh wait, so I can use this thing.
You didn't finish it tonight? You still going? The DLCs are taking 1 million. Oh, how many? Have you looked up how many hours it takes with the DLCs just to like see? Or are you just like winging it? Tomorrow is Friday. Oh, Dakota's right. Tomorrow is Friday. Thank goodness. Okay, well, I'm hoping we get her results back tomorrow. You know it's been a long week when I don't even know. I want to say that Cooper looked it up, but it was like 30 hours at the most with the DLC. Ooh, that's a lot. That's a lot. And I do know how you yap. I do know.
If we make it now, I heard they have $5 footlongs again at Subway.
Oh, $5 footlong. I think Ghosty's lying.
Oh no, they don't have that. Girl, we the government sucks.
They took our $5 footlongs away.
We ain't never getting the $5 footlongs back.
No.
We ain't never getting 24-hour stores anymore.
That's called inflation.
It's all gone. Alright, let's go. Let's go, losers.
I'm ready.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Oh, that's
I heard a
okay.
trap.
That's
Where was
okay.
it?
Honest. That's okay. I'm so sorry. I missed that. We might need to change my desk to standing. Hold on. I need to change my desk to standing after we open this. I've been sitting for too long. Oh, okay. Which things do you want, Jinka?
I've already got a battery booster, but I'm good with whatever. I think
I
you
need-
have you guys both need, I think, 3 boosters for the thing. So you guys go ahead and take them.
Stamina booster.
Cass_Dreams contributed $25.40 to an item on Throne. Thank you so much.
Ma'am.
A gift on Throne has been fully crowdfunded. Thank you.
What are you doing, Cass? Save your money.
Cass_Dreams contributed $33.21 to an item on
I
Throne.
heckin' appreciate
Thank you so much.
What are you doing?
Wait, so we need to take the health? Is that what you're saying?
A gift on Throne has been fully crowdfunded. Thank you. A gift on
Cass, you're
Throne has been fully
crazy.
crowdfunded. Thank you.
Does it give us the bar back?
Cass_Dreams contributed $28.92 to an item on Throne. Thank you
still
so
am
much.
missing a bar.
Well, you can give another blood then. Gain a bar, take a bar.
I can.
Oh
I'll be
man,
fine.
I bumped my head
Thank
on
you
the
so much,
cans.
Cass. Just bought the
My
books. I don't
noggin.
know why it's doing.
No.
Because it does it for like
No.
the contribution, and then if it's fully funded, it does it. Thank you, Cass.
Okay,
You're so sweet. You didn't have to do that. You didn't have to do that.
At first, when it first hit, I was like, why can't I go through here?
I'm gonna remind you guys again to make sure that you are following Cass.
Oh, you
If
already
you've
gave
not
him the
already.
bar? Oh, baby.
Yeah, I did it.
Oh, baby, I love you. You're hurting now.
That's okay. I'll find a way to survive. I know how you are with books. I know how you are with books. And you know I can appreciate you. At least I hope you do.
I like how he has a cardboard cutout of the milk.
Cass, we need to get you into some Outlast Trials with us sometime. I think you'd have fun with it.
Missed.
I think you'd have fun with it.
Falling out both ends. How does that work?
Follow Cass or else? Yes! Or else. JoJo's gonna get ya. And not in a fun way.
Well, I'm assuming it's gonna fall out both ends after he shoves him up the ass. We did it. What did Shana do? Nothing.
I was running around looking to see if there was anything I could grab.
Okay, sluts. You proud little cocktease horse, ruining my friend's good time.
He called us sluts.
You are a slut.
Wow.
A respectable one.
I'm ready to blow up this guy's head.
Well, he's always right here.
He'll never know I'm here. Alright, well that was easy. Ow! Nobody saw that.
That loser got blown up.
Wow! I don't think Cass could scream anymore, but this game might do it. This game will definitely do it. Definitely. What am I waiting for? Oh my god, you goober.
Wait, go in there. Wait, I kind of want to see what it looked like. Go in
Okay.
there, because you're a bird.
Ready?
Yeah.
Hey guys, how's it going?
You look like
You
you're about
saw
to tell us some real good
nothing!
secret.
Not the clip. Hey guys, so I think people did see me trip on the wire actually.
They don't know. They don't know what they saw. They don't know what they saw.
I don't know.
okay?
Goosey says she saw it. Goosey says she saw it. So
I need to take a picture of how you look.
you got games on your phone?
I have this fun game on this phone right here.
Hello.
Where, like, you could just blow people up. Track them.
You saw nothing. Being a little creep with my snack. What you snacking on, Goosey? What you snacking on?
I sent you a picture just so you can see how you look.
Oh my gosh.
Uh-oh. I think it's time to go.
Oh my god, I look so goofy. I love it.
Oh no, he's fine. Oh, I got it.
Oh. Yeah, it's the psycho man.
Psycho killer.
Kiss, kiss it. Fa 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 better. Run, run, run.
Alright, you gonna use the key here or what?
Away. Oh. Yeah. Sorry, I got distracted.
Yeah, you were running.
Cheese sticks of yogurt and peaches. Oh my god, that sounds amazing. All of that sounds amazing.
Wait, cheese stick, yogurt, and peaches?
Mm-hmm.
No, the cheese stick and yogurt, I feel like don't sound amazing together.
Why not? Cheese and yogurt go together.
No, I don't think so.
I think so.
Cheese and strawberries?
Cheese and yogurt.
No.
Came from Lurk to tell you I saw it. Wow. Wow.
Damn, they're making fun of you.
Wow, I'm getting roasted. I'm getting roasted by my friends.
Why are you letting them roast you?
I'm not letting them. They're just doing it, and it hurts my feelings.
It's okay. We'll have bird for dinner. Shana didn't get the joke, but Jinka sure did appreciate it.
No, I don't get it.
You're a bird. They're roasting you.
Oh my god.
It's bird for dinner.
She's not the smartest.
Oh my.
She's just seeing things. Lux, welcome in. How are you? It's so good to see you. Guys, if you don't know Lux, go check out that lovely bean right there. I've known Lux for several years now. Lux is wonderful. How was your stream? Tell me about it. What are you streaming next? That's not the real Jinka.
Luxodon just raided with 6
That's
viewers.
not the real Jinka. That's
Will
the
the
fake
real
Jinka.
Jinka stand up?
It's very hard to tell which is which because we both like stabbing people.
You know, that's valid. That's valid.
Wait, I need wilder. I need to get a wilder reef. You know? I'm gonna hide in this barrel. I need wilder. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Joke definitely went over your head. That was a good roast. Listen, I am not great with jokes. And by that, I mean I'm terrible with them, and a lot of them go over my head.
That's okay. That's okay. We still love you.
I'm glad.
You wonder who I learned that from? You know, me and Tim, we bonded over similar tastes of stabbing people. Okay. Okay.
Is that how you bonded? Your love for stabbing, it was like no other.
Yeah, yeah.
I love that for you. Alright, let's open this. I get a rig recharger. Yeah.
Oh, I found the other guy.
Oh, you found him?
I don't have Boom Boom.
Where is he?
He's over by me.
Oh, it's been a lot of fun, Lux. I played some DVD before this, and then we went to log in here and saw Jinka was logging in. And so I was like, hey, yo, Jinka, would you like to get better together? So we checked out the new map, which is really cool. It's huge. Oh, there's a blood dono thing. Should I dono?
Looks like there are others out there in need of help.
You should probably wait till that's up to you.
I can't stun him again.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. We got 2 off on him.
Close by.
Oh, nobody saw that.
I saw nothing.
Exactly.
Where is he? Oh, he's right here.
You should have waited until I was back.
It's okay. I blew him up twice.
Proud of you.
I'm donating more blood.
Babe.
It's okay. I don't need it anyway. I'm a bird.
Be careful.
Birds have blood. What the hell?
Not this bird.
Caw it as.
He's in there.
Blue, welcome in. Enjoy that Onryo spice tea.
Oh, whisper mode? Oh, do you want all of us to whisper together?
Oh.
Getting whispered together.
Better together. Whisper together. Better together.
Whisper.
Better together. I can hear you. I can hear you.
Like the fire key goes here.
There's another thing for Shana to walk through. Right here.
There's another thing for Shana to walk through right here.
That ass.
Acid.
You're so mean to me sometimes.
You know, at least I don't roast you.
Because you don't know how to.
You're right. I'm terrible at roasting.
I'm gonna give another bar.
Okay. I blew those up. Alright. I'm here.
Very loud in here. She doesn't understand whispering.
Who's loud in here?
There's a what too.
If I donate more blood, I'm only gonna have 1 bar left.
We got enough blood donated.
Don't do it.
I'm in danger.
I wish I understood what the hell's going on in this game. Picked it up on sale 2 weeks ago. It's basically an escape room identity, and depending on the room you're in, you have different things that you need to do in order to get out, right? So right now,
Whispering to seductiveness.
no, I'm still whispering.
But like
I'm
seductive. And
Ow. He'll never know. He'll never know. How could he know? So, we're trying to get different keys right now. Yeah, he's very mad. He's very mad. Okay. We're at 88%, 89. We have to let the timer, or like the gauge go up basically to 100 so we can get the ticket that we need. It's at 100. Does anybody want a rig recharger?
Looks helpful.
I have one.
Okay.
He greases my wheels, and then you.
I'm gonna be honest, I forgot to set a 5-minute timer. Has it been 5 minutes of whispering?
No. Maybe.
I don't know.
Launched and bad with time. It's a lose-lose situation.
My friend wants me to get it. Might on Monday. You should. I love this game. Definitely, like, start yourself on the easier modes and the beginner maps so you can learn to play.
Not just throw yourself in on and see.
But it's a lot of fun.
Intensive. Oh yeah, I found another guy.
I'll let this man grab me. Hold on. Oh.
I can't get him.
Ow. That kind of hurt.
You did great No, babe.
Relax, baby. Just relax.
Less than a minute to go. Okay. Thank you, JoJo.
You took it like a champ.
I know how to take it. I mean, what?
Hey yo. Save that
JoJo,
for the old account.
don't you clip that.
Save it for the old account.
Save it for the alt account. JoJo, please.
Are you coming, babe? Babe.
Huh?
Babe.
Huh?
Babe. Come here, girl.
The spade's over here.
Come here, girl.
It's over here.
Look at that. Okay, fine. I'll just leave Chica on her own.
It's okay, I'll see.
Oh,
I found
do you-
it. I found where I needed to go.
I was gonna say, do you need help, Jinka?
I
Oh,
was
it's
lost
too late
for a
now.
bit, okay? I was lost.
Oh, we can speak normally now.
Okay. I was lost and now I've been found, okay? I figured. Okay.
Was that good for the people? Was that good for the people?
I hope so. I hope so. I wonder if I put like a little filter on this, if it'll make it a little brighter.
Getting close to another guy you guys need to blow up.
Shana.
I'm just hiding. I'm hiding.
Shana.
Do you need help?
Shana, I'm panicking.
Why?
I'm panicking. I'm going.
Why are we panicking? Why are we panicking?
Why?
Why are we panicking?
Because I'm on 2 bars at health.
Oh.
And I got hit, and he has a strong hit. Somebody else is coming, and I'm assuming it's Baby No Money.
Alright, I'm hiding and watching the timer.
Fuck you, bitch. Fuck you.
You tell him, Jinka.
You shot me.
Tell him.
Baby.
Don't let him shoot you. Don't let him treat you like that.
Just wait until my stun is up.
Tonight the music seems so loud. I wish the speaker would crown, baby.
Yeah?
In my way.
Get it.
What?
I was just saying, get it.
I'm gonna get you. Oh, Sophia,
There's a man behind you.
She's right here, sir.
A man!
She's right there. She's right there. She's right there, sir. Sir.
How's he not see you?
Sir, she's right there. Loser. I'll get you, Spider. And my Spider. Alright. Anyways.
Hey, can I borrow one of you guys' blow up thingy-majig?
No.
I give you help. Oh shit.
He's behind you. Oh, run. Run, girl, run. Run.
Ugly Norman Reedus was coming for your
Run.
cheeks.
Run, girl. Run, girl. I almost got decapitated. I guess they would have called me Leonardo decapitated, right?
What am I gonna do with you? I'm just vibing, waiting for that to hit 100%.
Mommy. Daddy.
Oh. Jojo, I think you're almost an even split there. Where's the ticket? Oh, it's not ticket. It's the mannequin. I got him.
Get on your knees. No, I'm just kidding.
Got this guy twice.
Ah! Baby no money shooting at us.
I'm gonna fuck you! I'm gonna kill you! And I'm gonna drink you!
I really don't want any of those things from you, baby no money. Okay. We need one more. One more time.
Over this way.
Guessing it's this way? Thank you for that follow. We do keep them anonymous so you can
You just
record
said
chat
that one.
whatever you feel comfy with.
God. She did.
Oh, nicely done, Jinka. Nicely done.
Get back, mofo. Oh, and the cute things right there.
I can't see shit, Shana. I'm insane.
Insane. Insane. Ghosty is insane. Insane.
Oh, here's the thing.
Yeah, you suck on that.
Hey, yo.
Yeah.
Watch out! The fake Jinka just stabbed you.
The devil was too stunned to speak.
Okay. We gotta go find Jinka.
I can't
'Cause
remember
she got the
anything,
key.
guys.
That's okay. My brain is not braining.
There's evidence here too.
Out here like some fucking half-ass mamalu. Yeah, you run, you.
Said it. Ah!
New donation from Luxadin.
Lux! Thank you for the donation for vodka. I appreciate you. And she definitely does too. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We're at 78% of the goal for vodka's surgery. Vodka snacks, you got it. Listen, her camera's still not working. I'm sorry. Hopefully I'll be able to figure it out before tomorrow, whatever is causing the issue.
As I'm hiding here in this barrel, I noticed my character's fingers are quite short.
Snack for her. Good girl.
I just wanted to update you guys. I got shot.
That shot. Oh no.
Baby, no money. He shot me too.
I'm on 1% health. I'm on 1% health.
Same.
I'm on 1% health. I'm on 1% health.
Yeah. Oh. I can't get you.
Wait.
You need it.
No, I healed.
Oh, okay. Well, you're about to get stabbed again.
It's okay, only once. Here you go. No, I'll just drop it.
It's not letting me use it. I
You
can't
got
it. I did it. I did it. Okay. Let me put your name on the screen, Lex. I appreciate you. Also, we're gonna be doing a postcard once everything's over. So I like how it didn't. There we go. I'll just type it out. So I'll keep you posted on that. Yes. Ghosty's being creepy, Jinka. I'm scared.
It's just the devil things, you know?
Is that what that is? Just devil things?
Just devil things.
Hashtag just devil things.
I'm gonna get you. Don't worry. I'm coming.
I'm scared, Jinka.
I'm gonna get you.
I'm scared. Can you donate blood until you die?
think so. I don't think I let you do it the last one.
It was just a curious question.
I'm coming. I'm gonna
You
get
guys
you.
ready to execute this mofo?
Oh, are we back at the thing? Oh no.
I'm gonna get you.
I'll find my way there eventually, don't you worry. Good night, Urk. Have sweet dreams. We love you. Why are you?
I told you I'd get you.
Baby shark, da 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 da, baby shark, da 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 da, baby shark, da 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 da, baby shark. All right, Jinka's ready. Yellow, blue, green.
Yellow, blue, and green.
True, welcome in. I need to find somebody else to lurk. Guys, if you're not following True, please go give True a sneaky cheeky follow right now. It's free to do so. Free to do so. True's a very good friend of mine. We are also on Flow Romatown together.
True_Inferno just
Golden,
traded with 13
and you should
views.
show him lots of love. Because it's free to do so. And we love True.
I'm gonna get you. I'm coming.
How was your stream, True? Tell me about it. When are you streaming next? I was.
Oh, I did not see what the
was.
first color was. Oops.
But we were timing for a raid? I know. I know. This is very different than what True was doing, so I'm sorry.
You guys know what the first color was?
It's definitely rated R. Need some trigger warnings here. But yeah, just a warning, Raiders. Just a warning. Welcome in. Welcome in. I'm sorry, I was yapping. I was not paying any attention.
Damn it, I slowly approached her and everything. I made my way around the
Oh,
building.
everybody saw. Everybody saw. I was just yapping. PvP against randoms and the randoms were booty, or were you just that good?
Oh, nope. I was wrong. I was wrong.
Oh.
It's okay. I got distracted by watching the crouch walk up there.
Yellow, green, red.
Red.
Yellow. Blue. Yellow, green, red, yellow, blue.
Get wrecked.
Just the silence, the sudden silence. I think we're about to have company.
Bye, guys. I know where the door is, unlike you guys.
Wow. Wow, so you're gonna leave us behind because we're both lost all the time? How dare you?
Yep.
How dare you?
Find your way.
Oh. Big auntie. I got the next stun.
Oh, thank God, because I don't. Why are y'all trying to get into a door that doesn't exist?
We're just trying to bully Big Auntie. We did it, guys. We did it.
Need it.
They were booty. Please, True. I'm sure you're just really good. Just really good. What are you up to tomorrow, True? We did incredible. Proud of us.
I guess Shana being levels ahead of us. She's at 71.
It's because I got a bunch of the tasks done.
At 71.
It's because I got a bunch of tasks done, so I got extra XP. There's a Machop in the chat.
Machop? What about a Machamp?
What about a Machoke? You.
Why?
Sorry.
Why are you a booty?
With love? Question mark?
Some people like the choke, you know?
Exactly. Exactly. Jinka just outed herself. Some people, right, Jinka?
Some people.
Some people.
She said confidently.
Okay, I've done 3 out of 30. I've got to do 30 before I can gain access to the rewards.
I can get reborn.
Oh, is it rebirthing time? Oh, I'm not there yet. I need 20 more.
Damn,
I have 180, so I can get rebirth anytime you guys want.
Oh, okay.
Well,
I've been slacking, just collecting everything.
Let's go. Rebirthing is definitely better with friends.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, at first when I like tabbed out of the collecting my stuff and this person was in front of me, I thought he had something else dangling from his back.
Oh?
Just boxing
You know,
gloves, but
it is the game that
look
we
like
play.
that initially.
It is the game we play, to be fair. To be fair. Oh, goodness. It is now almost 1 a.m. though, so I probably need to raid out and stuff. Yeah, do all the post-stream things. But we'll have to play again, Jinka. I don't know what your plans are this weekend, but maybe we can play together if you're free.
I'm down.
Okay.
I should be free all weekend.
Nice.
Okay, we'll make plans then. Thank you for the games, Jinka.
Yeah, thank you.
All right.
Bye.
That being said, bye. We are actually going to raid Jinka, but nobody tell her. Nobody spoil. Just in time to raid. How was your stream, Cloud? Cloud, I'm going to have to find another person I'd lurk on too, because you were my other lurk right now. Guys, follow Cloud if you have not. Follow Cloud if you have not. Copy the raid message. We're actually going to raid over to Jinka, who just started her stream. So she shouldn't be ending anytime soon. And she's playing Outlast Trials still. So if you're not following her, follow her. She is one of our night terrors on Nightmare Network. And you guys know we love our night terrors. We love our night terrors. So let's go say hi to Jinka. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. Thank you for the fun. Thanks for hanging out for DVD and everything as well. Yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed this. I hope you enjoyed this. I know Outlast Trials is a little different because we don't play it super often on stream, but it's a good time. I like it. Thank you, Lerna. Thank you. Big thank you to all of our raiders too. Yeah, guys, be kind to yourselves as always. Please do something nice for you because you deserve it. And I will see you guys tomorrow night. We're going to say final goodbyes to Willow tomorrow night. So come say goodbye with us. All right? I'll see you guys tomorrow night. Bye.